I'm here to call the order to the August 11, 2022 Franklin County Planning Commission. And before I go much further, I had a request for the person would please lower the sign there in the back. The people in the very back can't see you, and I know it's you want to put it up here maybe, but we had some watching video back there. Okay. Madam Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Yes. David Boggs. Patty Cross.
Here.
Sharon Jackson.
Yes.
Keith Lee.
Here.
Paul Looney.
Here.
Timothy Lusher.
Here.
William Mamay.
Here.
Gerald Sanderson.
Here.
Charles Stewart. Brent Swager.
Here.
Russell Wright.
Here.
Quorum of 9.
Okay. Now, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the July meeting? So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Secretary, we can have a voice vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you. Okay. Do I have a motion to approve payment of the bills as presented on the agenda?
Make the motion, all the bills be paid.
Okay,
Second.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Now, does the staff have any items they want to discuss, possibly comprehensive plan? Do you have anything you want to talk about?
Sure. Evening, Commissioner. Eric Cochran, Director of City Planning and Community Development. We continue work on the comprehensive plan. We actually are entering the second phase. We have the next advisory committee meeting scheduled for Tuesday, the 16th at 2:30 at the River Room at Paul Sawyer Public Library. The topic of that meeting is going to be to begin discussing the vision, goals, and objectives portion of the comp plan. The way we formatted it, to reach out to some other stakeholders that we had identified for that particular element, is we'll be operating kind of a public open house starting at 10 a.m. that day, and we've scheduled 3 different stakeholder groups to come in and have an opportunity to sit with staff and the consultants, share information, and between now and then submit any written comments they may choose to. And then we'll have some time between then and the advisory committee meeting to have that open house where we'll just hang out, be available for any members of the public that have something specific to that topic to come in and share with us. So leading up to the advisory committee meeting. And then just as a reminder to the public, that advisory committee meeting, while they are open to the public, that is a working committee meeting. So it's not in itself meant as a public engagement opportunity necessarily. So while we certainly welcome anyone who would like to observe the workings of the committee and be in the room, they're welcome to come, but they won't necessarily get to actively participate or testify. That's where we are. We, just this week, will be releasing an updated project schedule with the schedule of meetings and kind of an explanation of at least the first meeting's agenda and the calendar of some additional public engagement opportunities, both to sort of community-wide public engagement meeting, open houses, if you will, but then also at around the same time as those, a to-be-determined number of sort of what we'll call, I don't know, satellite community meetings that we discussed with the steering committee meeting last week, I believe, to try to get out into different geographic areas of the community and also to reach to some underrepresented groups and try to get feedback. We're still putting together exactly which areas, neighborhoods may be interested so we can go places where we know there's interest, and then figure out locations and dates for those. So as soon as we know that, we're going to share that kind of proposed schedule and locations with the steering committee, and then obviously push all those things to the public as we figure it out. So that's all I got.
You had a chance to update. How often is the most recent update for our webpage? How often do you get it?
They've been updating stuff, I think, all this week, and we just got a couple of new documents that actually are going to be sort of summaries of the public engagement and survey info to date, and the result of those first 2 kickoff meetings. They shared a draft of that with us just this afternoon to start reading through before we post it. So the goal is to shoot that along with some other information to our advisory committee members tomorrow, at which point it would also get uploaded to distilledtogether.com for the public to see the results of those first 2 activities. So we've been actively, the consultant's been fairly busy now with more regular activity. They'll be uploading new information about the results of these meetings. Also, anything that we get written, submitted comments from any of our stakeholder groups that we're going to interact with, we let them know that any written comments will also be shared with the public on the website so that everybody can see, the information that's being presented to the consultant, and then shared with the advisory committee.
All right, thanks.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Robert Hewitt. I'm the Director of Planning and Building Codes for Franklin County. I just want to provide information to the Commission this evening that my office has received the filing of a preliminary subdivision plat for 17 single-family home lots fronting on Metcalf Drive. Just want to let you be aware of that, and I've provided a copy of that preliminary plat that I'd like to submit just for your information.
Did you want to ask Gary?
Since he did a comprehensive plan update.
Eric, it's Ron here, sir. Mr. Jackson has a question.
I apologize because I thought Mr. Hewitt was coming up to finish off your report, but he started on a brand new subject. When you indicated in your remarks that you had specifically invited several interest groups to come and specifically present to the contractors for the comp plan, but also during the open house, any other interested individual might come and present as well. Where exactly is that invitation? How does, and I'll pick on somebody in the audience so that they won't feel left out, how does Richard Jones know as an average citizen that you're referring to him, and he as an average citizen, not invited by a specific letter, can come and make a specific presentation to the contractors with regard to the comprehensive plan?
Sure. So as I mentioned, the project schedule, we're going to push out, make some social media posts by the end of the week as soon as possible. Really, we've just been trying to get all of our material put together and read over, multiple times. That will be shared with the public, and it does explain in there that these are going to be open houses with public opportunity to do that on the website and social media posts, so we can try to get it out there and people have an opportunity to see that.
But what if Richard isn't on social media?
And that's basically the nature of my question. I know we're inviting people that we believe have a special interest in the comp plan, but the average
Sure.
citizen
So
may
what we may
not.
be able to do, for our general legal ad deadline, it would be a little late for us to get it into the newspaper, but we can make a note first thing in the morning and try to make a request if we can get something into the weekend edition, if they'll oblige us.
Okay, will they have a specific amount of time that they can spend with the contractor to make whatever presentation they can make? For example, the people who have a specific invitation, or the groups, will have a specific amount of time that they can present information to the contractor. But will John Q. Citizen,
We
who
have
just
not-
happened to show up, will he be able to do it in 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, or?
We have not
will they
structured
be-
it to give folks a specific time, partially because we have no idea. There could be 2 people show up and we could have, an hour available to talk to 2 people, or we could have who knows how many people. So we obviously want to give everybody that wants to come an opportunity to say their piece. We'll probably, depending on how many people show up, have to kind of figure that out as we go.
Okay, so the individuals who have specific invitations, you don't expect them to show up, it's gonna be haphazard, or
No, they have time slots that we ask them to
So
pick one of
they've got
3 time slots
specific-
at the beginning of the open house, so we could make sure to get them in, and then we leave the remaining time for any members of the public.
But if I'm a member of the public and I want to plan for this, what should I plan for? Should I plan to have 5 minutes? Should I plan to have 10 minutes, 3 minutes?
I would,
It helps them to use their time wisely.
Sure.
As well as respect the use of.
right, not knowing how many folks may come, I would plan to try to have a succinct version, but what I would also offer to the public is that just like the stakeholder groups, they're certainly welcome to come prepared with anything written that they want to submit, so that if it's busy enough and they don't have a long enough time to say everything that they perhaps would like to, they can make sure that those thoughts on the topic are still, once again, submitted to the consultant team and planning staff, and then also made available to the public for our discussion in the advisory committee.
2 things.
Mr. Conklin, may I ask a question? Would you also be amenable to, if it can't be put in time for the newspaper to publish it right away, to make a subsequent notice to allow people to submit written statements with regard to their positions to?
Sure.
Would that satisfy the?
That satisfies one
And-
piece of it, Mr. Logan.
And
But-
also to mention that there's, we're going to have a series of these meetings and then other opportunities to check back with the public. So if somebody misses an opportunity for this particular meeting, there will be other opportunities both on specific topics and other engagements. So they shouldn't feel like they've, lost the opportunity entirely to be heard, whether on this topic or anything else. within the
Okay.
comp plan.
Yeah, because it would seem to me that it would be more appropriate for the public to come, look at the open house materials, because they're not gonna have those before they come, are they? The open house?
Well, I mean, we're calling it an open house. There aren't materials per se. We're going to be available at the meeting site once again to meet with those stakeholders, take in what they offer, and then share that with the advisory committee. And so for these particular meetings, really the stakeholder involvement was the higher priority than the public involvement. But while we were here and had the time and consultant, we just hate to miss an opportunity to let people come and talk to us. So these, they're not specifically meant to be one of the public engagement opportunities per se, but obviously, we've got time available, we're here. People are welcome to
Capture.
come and offer their thoughts.
Is it possible to put a readable note on the web page that's announcing all of this, that John Q. Public, however you wish to describe him or her, are welcome to
That's-
come to that meeting prepared to make a presentation or statement or written comment to the comp plan contractor. Right now, what it appears is that we have chosen specific groups of individuals who we have determined have a keen interest in the comprehensive plan and what it looks like, but that the John Q. Public don't have that kind of interest and therefore isn't welcome to come and provide that input. And all I'm doing, I'm not saying they will come in drove or whatever, but I'm saying that they ought to be communicated with, that they are welcome to come and sit down and talk to the contractor, and that as soon as they sit down, nobody's going to come and say to them, okay, your time is up, you need to go.
As
So
I mentioned,
and I'm
that's the
also saying
intention to share this
you'll have
information on
5
the
minutes.
website as well as the social media posts. That's,
Yeah, I'm just saying, the public need to know that they or
Which is why we're sharing with the public on the
requested
website
to
and
come,
social
or-
media posts.
Yeah, they need to know. They need to be invited to come.
Which is why we're inviting them on the website and social media posts.
Okay, and give them time to communicate with the contractor.
We always like to give the public as much time as possible. Frankly, some of this, we're trying to put the materials together and be, you know, deliberate about it. And yeah, I would love to, for every one of these meetings, had time to get all of this scheduled and figured
Yeah.
out and formatted a month ahead to tell people there's an opportunity. We simply haven't had that time.
I understand, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think that we should be as liberal with the public, John Q. Public, as we are with our special interest group, to make sure that they have sufficient time and tell them up front how much time they would have.
Agreed, and that's why we put so much work on that project schedule and met with the comp plan steering committee to try to format these series of meetings and the other overt public engagement opportunities that still exist at multiple opportunities during the process to do that, because I think it's very important to the steering committee as well, and staff.
Thank you, sir.
Eric, I'm gonna be much more succinct, just to wrap things up. Are there materials that are being provided to the special interest groups that is not on the website?
No.
Okay, so everything will be put on, no matter who.
Yeah,
single
we've
individual?
provided nothing to the interest groups,
Okay.
other than, and I guess they are interest groups, I like to refer to them as appropriate stakeholders, but, you know, we provided them nothing but an invitation to come and speak to us, based upon the topic that the advisory committee meeting, you know, would be.
Yeah, I think that's the core of it. Mr. Jackson just wants to make sure that these interest groups do not represent the entire county, and to make sure that people that may not be aware do have a voice.
Sure, fair enough.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, Ms. Cochran. I don't think we don't have any special committee reports, so moving forward, we're going to do things, this is going to be, a motion needs to be made by the commission. On the agenda, we actually have, our first item is going to be old business, we're going to be addressing the more land investments, that'll be first, okay? But now, our public hearings, we've got two actually, and they are the city and county presentation of the barrel warehousing. So we need to suspend the rules and have those two public hearings merged into one.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we merge public hearing from the city and public hearing from the county into one agenda item.
Yes, go ahead, second.
Second.
Okay. No discussion? Okay. We can do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries.
We're having a hard time hearing.
Okay, you can't hear me? I'll pop this mask off. Does that make it any better?
I personally can't hear at all.
The microphones need to be turned up.
Can you hear now? Is that better? Okay, well,
Can you move the microphones closer?
I'll probably have to. Does that make any difference? A little bit? Okay, so does a mask make any difference now at this point? I like to have it on. Okay. Okay. Going forward, Madam Secretary, will you please call the first item?
Sure. Continuation of public hearing. More Land Investments LLC is requesting approval of the zone map amendment from a limited commercial district CL to 2 dwelling district RD for 4.09 acres of property at the corner of Isaac Shelby Circle West and Metcalf Drive, being all of Lot 1, Parcel 2, as shown in Plat Cabinet Slide 131. The property is more specifically identified as PDO map number 086-30-11-001.00.
Okay. Do I have a motion to move the item to the table?
I make the motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now, I need a
Who
motion.
seconded that?
I did.
Okay, all right. I need a motion to adopt the summary. Do I have it?
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those opposed? Okay. Now, do I hear a motion for, on findings of fact?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to enter in findings of facts 1, 2, and 3 as laid out by Mr. Judah. Vicki, do you need me to read them?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. The comprehensive plan, future land use plan designates the property as a suburban business center. The request is in agreement with the policies listed in the, that's 1. Number 2, the request is in agreement with the policies listed in the goals section of the comprehensive plan. And number 3, the proposed zone map amendment will allow for a buffer between less compatible uses.
Sorry, but we still can't hear.
Second.
How's this?
That's a little bit better.
Okay,
Me too, we can't hear.
like that. I think that.
All right, sure.
I second.
Okay, we have a second. During discussion. We have a
Read
second.
on that again.
I'll be happy to. The findings of facts 1 through 3 based on Mr. Judah's findings. Number 1, the comprehensive plan, future land use plan designates the property as a suburban business center. Number 2, the request is in agreement with the policies listed in the goals section of the comprehensive plan. And number 3, the proposed zone map amendment will allow for a buffer between less compatible uses.
We have a second from Mr. Jackson. Is there any discussion?
Are we gonna be voting on each one of these individually, or?
I think so. Would you, Madam Secretary?
Ms. Cross?
What am I voting on?
Oh, we're going to actually vote on each one of these individually,
Finding 1.
all 3 of them.
Which was?
Do you want to read it?
I don't have them. I don't have that. I
Vicki.
didn't.
Finding 1 is the comprehensive plan, future land use plan designates the property as suburban business center.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Looney?
I was not there and I've not watched read the transcript. I'll be voting present.
Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Swager?
Yes.
Chairman Wright?
Yes.
Motion passes with 1 abstention.
Okay.
Finding of fact number 2 is that the request is in agreement with the policies listed in the goals section of the comprehensive plan. Ms. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson? Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Looney? I'm sorry. Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Swager?
Yes.
Chairman Wright?
Yes.
Motion passes with 1 abstention. The third finding of fact is that the proposed zone map amendment will allow for a buffer between less compatible uses. Ms. Cross?
No.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, and let me explain my vote, please. The more intense use would be the commercial and industrial use that would be allowed by the current zoning, whereas the proposed zoning would put housing there, which is less intense than the other 2 types of uses. So I vote yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Swager?
Yes.
Chairman Wright?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1 with 1 abstention.
Okay. At this time, do I have a motion to close findings of fact?
Make a motion to close facts.
Do I have a second?
Second.
No discussion. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Okay. Now, at this point in time, we need a motion for approval or denial of request. Do I have a motion? We have.
Oh, I've got it. I'd like to make a motion for approval of Moorlands Investments, the approval of a zone map amendment from limited commercial district CL to 2 dwelling district RD, the 4.09 acres of a property on the corner of Isaac Shelby Circle West and Metcalf Drive, being all of Lot 1, Parcel 2, as shown in the plat Cabinet M, Slide 131. The property is more specifically identified as PVA map number 086-30-11-001-001-00.
I second.
Okay.
But now we're making the recommendation to fiscal court,
Yes,
Yes, we
sir.
are.
Yes.
Yes.
and we're asking that the development plan come back to the planning commission.
Yes, I'd like to
For
make that.
review.
Yes, I'd like to make that addition to the motion, please.
Thank you.
I'll wait for discussion.
Ms. Cross?
I'm sorry.
We can have discussion on that.
Okay, excuse me. We have a motion and a second. Yes.
So earlier, Mr. Hewitt passed out a preliminary development plan that we didn't have before, and so I don't know.
Are we supposed to take that into consideration?
I mean, we're asking. Well,
to come back.
the motion was to have the development plan come back, but if it's already here, is it something that?
This is information only.
Yeah, that's
This
not
isn't
development.
It's not the developer, it's what the.
It's information only, it's not the official development plan.
Okay.
Are you all considering this development plan? It's a plat. It's plat. Just a plat. It's not a plan, it's a plan. Drop it there. So the plan still has to come back to us.
No, unless this motion is passed, it says the development plan comes back. There is no. Okay, well, if you add that to the motion, which I think is added, it does provide.
Yes.
Do you need
Vicky,
to-
you need me to read everything again?
He did make a motion on it.
You need to amend his motion.
I amended the motion. Vicky, did you get my amendment?
I did get your amendment. It said development plan.
Yes, that the development plan with the
This
conditions.
is a subdivision plan.
That's not,
It's irrelevant.
this is irrelevant. So the actual development plan would come back to us.
Okay. And Sharon mentioned it when we go into this.
Okay.
Motion second. I know.
I can reread the entire thing.
Yeah, you want to go and reread the entire motion?
Vicky, it's up to you.
No, I'm fine with
okay.
that, yeah. Ms. Cross?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Looney? Sorry. Mr. Lusher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Swager?
Yes.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Okay, before I go on to the next item, we want to make sure that everyone who came here to speak has had a chance to sign in back there. This is in regard to the barrel warehousing. Going to take a moment or two because once we get started, we're probably going to read off of that list. Has the list been brought up here? We have the list here.
I'm gonna go get it.
Okay.
Black box. Is there a big black box under there anywhere? Looks like audio shit.
Looks like a what?
Is the sign up sheet
Okay.
here or back there?
Back there.
I don't see anything.
There used to be, and that's how we were.
That's the, well, it's all back there.
Is that up on the side?
I know why.
So we're not having a development?
Well, I tell you what, we haven't had a call. So I'll just ask the question.
Extremely few are still.
I really.
Here's the deal.
You got this here.
Me.
Clarity. I want clarity.
You got these door.
We'll add, Loach. We need to look at something. This was handed out with information on. No, that's what he said.
Did you have a chance to sign? Okay, we got some sheets up here, okay. Also, I want you to know that the staff has provided letters of support. We've got letters mailed to staff, and they have and they've been included in the record, like you will have to send in via email.
They can't hear us, please.
Okay.
We need to do something to make sure everybody can hear.
Okay. Is that any better?
Project.
Y'all project, okay. Well, I wanted to take note, let you know that any letters and documents, most of which, that the staff has provided us with the ones they've received, and they are in the packet, so we do have that. And at this point in time, I want to have,
If you don't mind, we need a little clarity on the previous motion before we call this item.
okay, sure.
Mr. Logan, I don't see Mr. Hewitt. We requested that the development plan come back to the planning commission.
There isn't a development plan.
And if it's not, then we need to change the motion in order to get the subdivision plat or whatever drawn document there is to come back to this body for review. And so whatever
Amendment.
we need to do in order to get that document before this body, I'd like to do that before we call.
You would have to do that before we call a public
But-
hearing, or you've lost an opportunity.
That's right. And so I want to do it before, because I want to see something.
Timely return, so you can indicate your concern to him.
All right. The question is, since we asked for a development plan, and I'm being told that there is not going to be a development plan, what plan should we ask for to have whatever drawing and et cetera that's developed to come back to this body for review and approval?
Residential development plans are only required for multifamily units greater than 15. But for informational purposes, you were provided a single-family lot preliminary plat, which means it's greater than a minor plat. So the process in the regulations is that the applicant submits a preliminary plat for review by the technical review team. Once it satisfies, or if it satisfies all those requirements, then a final plat application is submitted to my office for review. In this instance, there is no public infrastructure to be constructed. There are already existing streets, curb and gutter, utilities, things of that nature. So if you would like to see a document prior to its final sign-off, it would be the final plat, P-L-A-T. Now, it's highly unusual, however, in the last few years, this commission did require, a final major subdivision plat come before you, but that development did not come to fruition.
Well, we want to see the document. So if it's the final development plat, so be it. So
Well, then
what do
you
we
would
need to do?
To amend the motion or clarify the motion to indicate that you would like a final development plat returned to the commission for its review.
Final subdivision plat, if you don't mind.
I have a question. Robert,
Mr. Anderson?
I got a question. In that, will we be able to make any changes, or all we're gonna do is review?
Well, the plat is reviewed by the technical review team,
Right.
which includes my staff, me and my staff, county engineer, fire chief, all the utility companies, everyone involved. And so, my staff does the review on behalf of the planning commission to ensure that the lot sizes and the layouts comply with the regulations. So, the goal of staff is always to wrap up all the loose ends, get all the signatures from the other outside agencies, and then present that final document to the commission for review, consideration, and sign off by the chairperson.
But will we be able to make changes?
Yes?
Okay. That's key. If we can't make changes, no use doing it.
Yeah.
You know, from last month, the discussion, the things that we've heard a lot from the public was a concern about the number of lots, that it would be bringing parking issues and things like that, that there could be up to 35 to 40 different units through here. This preliminary plat that's laid out here, it has 17 lots laid out, which seems to me that addresses a lot of those issues. So I'm not sure, I mean, unless there's something that.
Well, there's issues related to drainage as well.
Parking.
I just think we'll be more comfortable seeing and passing off on what's there than just hearing about it.
All right.
It's
So
just
in
better
terms-
that way.
In terms of parking, me and my,
Once again, talking about it's not gonna help unless you're going to change your motion and direct staff to do that, then that's what the staff will do.
Okay, then we need to change the motion.
But you've had a motion that's been seconded and passed. If you want to clarify that motion or add to it, there needs to be a motion to amend it, seconded, and voted upon.
So does the same person need to make the motion to amend it?
Yes?
Okay.
So I would like to make a motion that the final subdivision plat comes back in front of the committee for final approval.
yes, sir.
And I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. We'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Flusher?
Yes.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Mr. Swager?
Yes.
Chairman Wright?
Yes.
Motion is unanimous with one abstention.
Okay, so, this is before we go swear in, we're going to swear in witnesses.
I need to call the item.
Go ahead, tell me, Greg.
Public hearing, proposed text amendment to Article 4 and 19 of the City of Frankfort zoning ordinance related to the addition of Bourbon Barrel Warehouse as a subcategory of land use LUC 461 farm product warehousing and storage as a conditional use in the AG zoning district and establishing conditions governing such land use in the AG zone. And public hearing, proposed text amendment to Articles 4 and 19 of the Franklin County zoning ordinance.
They can't hear you.
Sorry. Proposed text amendment to Article 4 and 19 of the City of Frankfort zoning ordinance related to the addition of Bourbon Barrel Warehouse as a subcategory of LUC 461 farm product warehousing and storage as a conditional use in the AG zoning district and establishing conditions governing such land use in the AG zone. And public hearing proposed text amendment to Article 4 and 19 of the Franklin County zoning ordinance related to the addition of bourbon barrel warehouse as a subcategory of LDC 461, farm product warehousing and storage as a conditional use in the AG zoning district and establishing conditions governing such land use in the AG zone. If you are going to testify at this public hearing, you'll need to stand and be sworn.
They didn't hear you. They don't know what you're saying.
If you're going to testify, you need to stand and be sworn.
Are you gonna say anything?
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. I don't know. No, you're not gonna do that.
You don't have to.
No, not gonna do it.
Staff. Ed, you were going to touch upon some, maybe what we might call ground rules, or how we were going to do things tonight.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was going to indicate that
Can't hear anything.
then you better open your ears. I can't yell in.
Too wide in the audience.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to indicate that the staff is going to testify. The questions will be asked by you, and then each individual will come up and testify about the proposed amendments or the proposed text amendments. The individuals that are testifying will be given whatever time limit the commission decides, and it will address a text amendment. It's not going to address any specific use that's going to be done on any specific piece of property. This is going to be anywhere within the city and county of Franklin. And according to what's been done on here, specific uses will have to come back to the commission for approval as it would for a BZA. So that's when individual sites will be discussed. This is the text amendment.
Right.
And I'm sorry, but I don't have a voice thing strong. Okay?
You did a good job.
Mr. Lovett, we mentioned earlier too that after the commission questions the staff, we might ask if there's an attorney for either side that might want to ask.
Yes, if there are attorneys that want to ask either of them questions for cross-examination, they can.
And once we'll move straight to testimony rather than have individual questions from everybody here. You'll have more time to give testimony, and I think that works out better for us. Okay, staff? You want to qualify the staff?
Yes. Would you please state your names individually for the commission?
Eric Cockley.
And Mr. Conklin, let me qualify you first. What is your position with the city of Frankfurt?
I'm Director of the Planning and Community Development.
How long have you been director?
4 years.
And what is your basic training, education, experience in the area of planning?
I have approximately 15 years of experience in the planning field and a master's of public administration.
Have you, in the course of your position with the city of Franklin, looked at and prepared a draft text amendment for consideration by the commission tonight?
I have.
And was that based upon your training, education, and experience, and in conjunction with your position with the city?
It was.
Please state your name for the record. Robert Hewitt. Mr. Hewitt, would you indicate your position with the county of Franklin?
Director of the Planning and Building Codes Department.
And how long have you been in that position with the county of Franklin?
15 years, 7 months.
Would you briefly indicate your training, education, and experience in the area of planning?
23 years in government land use planning, Bachelor of Science from Western Kentucky University, member of the American Planning Association and the Kentucky Chapter of the American Planning Association.
in your conjunction as the Director of Planning, have you prepared a county version of the text amendment to be considered tonight by the Commission?
Yes.
And do you and the city both agree to the consolidation of these two items to be heard as one?
Yes.
And are these proposals that are there, other than numbering, the same for each of the city and the county?
Yes.
Thank you. I've moved that their text amendment proposals and reports be filed into the record.
If you may, Commissioner, I did pass out a revised county staff report. There were several typographical errors that needed to be corrected to make the record clean. So, just a few misspellings, and I apologize.
You want to point those out to us?
No, sir. You didn't see them, then never mind what I just said.
I got him. I know you found them. Okay. So, this is a joint, so you've got anything that you need to say?
Nothing to add specifically?
Well, if I could, just for everyone in the audience to understand that on July the 14th, 2022, this commission directed both city and county staff to prepare a text amendment for presentation before this body related to the distilled spirits barrel warehousing as a conditional use in the agricultural districts. Both the city and county have that agricultural zoning classification within our current ordinances, and so therefore we work together to prepare the document before you. I do have some other supplemental documents that I would like to provide, but you have in front of you both of our land use tables that, as directed, we modified Land Use Code 461 and added a subsection 461A. Both have them as with a C, which stands for conditional use. We then have followed up with the identical conditions that have to be met. I can refer back to your council if you'd like, but as directed, we were asked to do it as a conditional use. So we have added that the conditional use and the development plan would be reviewed by this body at a public meeting. And a public hearing, the public meeting for the development plan and the conditional use permit. So staff believes that we have satisfied all those requirements directed by the Planning Commission. In support of our reports, I'd like to also submit a couple of different documents. The first one I'll be passing out is a letter from Mr. Keith Rogers, Chief of Staff of the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. This letter is dated May 24th, 2022, addressed to this commission. That I will quote one sentence in paragraph number 3. It states, "Kentucky bourbon is clearly an agricultural product, and through our Kentucky Proud program, we acknowledge that." So I will provide the commission with a copy of this letter, along with 2 applicable statutes related to definitions of agriculture and agricultural product.
Mr. Hewitt, I have one other question. With regard to conditional use, would you explain for purposes of the audience what would be entailed with getting a conditional use permit with regard to any application under this change?
Yes. So a conditional use permit is a conditional use does not allow an activity by right. The conditional use must be considered by a body, not by staff. And in this case, in this legislation, it would be by this Planning Commission. So staff on a conditional use permit request would analyze the applicant's request based on the conditions applied to that specific land use. Staff would make both positive and or negative findings and make a recommendation to this body. The conditional use permit then being presented to this body, you would review our reports and make a judgment as to whether or not a substantial amount of the conditions have been met, and if not, why. And then the body has the opportunity and the flexibility to add additional conditions they deem fit and applicable to any site-specific location.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next documents I'd like to submit come from the 2018 Kentucky Building Code, Section 430, barrel spirit storage buildings. So this section identifies the type of construction, the building's area, the building's height, the building's location on the property, and then the spill and runoff protection, okay? So this is adopted by the legislature and then adopted by the local governments. Since barrel warehousing falls under the state's identification of a hazardous classification, building plan review and inspection is performed by the Kentucky Department of Housing, Building, and Construction located here in Frankfort, Kentucky. So therefore, I'm providing you with the standards for these structures that I hope will address any questions you might have. So that concludes my additional exhibits, and I am happy to answer any questions along with, I'm sure, Mr. Cochran.
Mr. Chairman, before engaging in question, and I really appreciate legal counsel's inquiry, but I'd like the planners to basically start on page 1 of the staff reports and explain to us what we actually have, what it does, what it does not do, and etc. Be kind of thorough in the explanation so that we all know, the people behind you will know what is being proposed here. And we do know that it's a request that the Planning Commission itself made of you. It was not something that you dreamed up to bring to us, but it's important that we all know what we have, and it's important that they know what we have, so that when we're asking questions, we don't wander off the reservation. When they're making presentations about what you have presented to us, they too do not wander off the reservation, hopefully.
And I'd actually like to add to Mr. Jackson's request is if you could also give us a status of affairs, basically, if we do not pass this text amendment, what currently are the legalities, what can happen, who permits, if anybody permits, et cetera, just so we know what the, I guess, the yes, no vote of this text amendment would actually, what are the ramifications of that?
Okay, as Robert mentioned, per direction of the commission, we wrote this as a conditional use within the ag zone and wrote a series of standards, many of which can be found in some of the other communities' standards for a similar use that we also share with the commission as part of these staff reports. And I'll just start at the top. So the first required minimum standard is that the use is restricted on these properties to warehouse use only, and any associated accessory buildings or infrastructure necessary to support that use, i.e. something like a security shack, fire protection house, something like that, but no other manufacturing, distilling operation on these. It would be warehousing only. We have a maximum density as a second requirement of 1 warehouse per 8 acres for the entire property, however large it may be. That doesn't necessarily specifically mean that on each 8 acres you can only have 1 warehouse. It means that the general density of the entire development cannot be more than 1 warehouse per 8 acres. We've got a...
If I could address the density issue. Once again, that's why I gave you a copy of the Kentucky Building Code. It does establish separation between structures. So just bear that in mind.
Minimum area for lot size for distilled spirits barrel warehouses in the ag zone is 200 acres. As Robert referenced before, the review of the conditional use and the development plan would come back to the Planning Commission for review. On these properties, they must include other agricultural activities in conjunction with the warehouse use. At least 25% of the property shall be dedicated either to agricultural uses or preserved as conservation open space area. Primary access shall have access to a state, county, or city road with a minimum typical pavement width of 18 feet. If distilled spirits barrel warehouses sites have more than 5 warehouses, they must have secondary access to the outside transportation network. We have required a setback from any adjacent property principal structure of 750 feet. Please be sure that's to any adjacent principal structure, not to the property line. Also not to any accessory structure, so it would be a house on an adjoining property. The warehouses must be a minimum of 750 feet from them. But this may be waived if the applicant provides a sworn affidavit from the owner of said structure that they are agreeable to the waiver. We've referenced tree and view shed preservation, that every effort shall be made to preserve view sheds and existing tree stands, and that the first chosen sites for these warehouses should be on non-wooded portions of the proposed site. We also referenced spill containment earlier, and that's contained within that building code language that Robert shared with you a moment ago. We require that each distilled spirits barrel warehouse shall have a containment area to contain potential spills in accordance with the requirements of state and federal regulations. That's what that's referencing. Also, distilled spirits barrel warehouses shall not be constructed within the 1% annual chance special flood hazard area as depicted on the most up-to-date FEMA flood insurance rate maps. And finally, that any site designed or proposed for distilled spirits barrel warehousing shall be a minimum of 1.5 linear road miles from a major arterial roadway. And we would use the transportation cabinet functional classification map at that time to identify those arterial roadways.
As well as the road segments that are provided to the, or back and forth between the local governments and the transportation cabinet.
So, those standards would have to be met for conditional uses, and as Robert mentioned, the commission would also be able to, depending on the site-specific concerns of any proposal, set other appropriate conditions as they see fit.
And one other note, specific to the actual agricultural zoning classification or the district established in the zoning ordinance. In the bulk density and height table, this should be on the last page of your county staff report, but this language is identical in the city's report. The agricultural district has a maximum height exemption, okay? So it exempts maximum heights on barns, silos, steeples, water towers, windmills, communication towers, and we have included distilled spirits barrel warehouses and other structures accepted general height exceptions. So the reason we included it in that bulk density heights section is a result of the standards contained within the Kentucky Building Code that allows a maximum height. So they can only go to that height, but it does not include the cupola if one is constructed. So you can go up to a maximum height, but it doesn't mean that every distiller would want that big of a warehouse because they are quite expensive to construct. So. And I believe that's it.
Sums it up. Back to your question. So this commission unanimously voted to make an interpretation of our land use table at the last meeting, and that interpretation was to consider bourbon barrel warehouses as farm product warehousing and storage, which is Land Use Code 461, and farm product warehousing and storage is a permitted use currently in both land use tables in our zoning ordinances. So as long as legal counsel agrees that motion seconded and voted interpretation of our land use table by the commission has the force of law, then right now bourbon barrel warehouses are permitted in the ag zone in both the city and the county.
Do you have any oversight over bourbon warehouses as it stands right now based on that interpretation?
We do. We would require the submittal of a development plan for our review, much as we have done with other warehouses throughout the community. That is an administrative function per the subdivision and development plan regulations. It would be routed to the technical review team, and if all conditions are satisfied, then staff is authorized to sign on behalf of the planning commission, and then building and electrical permits can be issued.
Okay. Based on that ruling, can you once again, I know you provided this information from the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, definitively is bourbon an agricultural product?
According to the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, yes.
So if we do not pass this text amendment, USDA also defines it as that, so I'll take the Kentucky Department of Agriculture.
And NAICS as well.
NAICS, thank you. So if we do not pass this text amendment, then urban warehouses basically can go up with a development plan and staff approval, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this amendment gives us oversight.
Correct.
Okay.
No administrative function, no administrative action other than presenting it
Okay.
and an analysis to this
And
body.
with those, I guess, proposals that come to us in the future, there would be the standard public input, questioning, testimony, findings of fact, et cetera, just like any other development plan.
That is correct. And adjacent property owner notification by first-class mail prior to the meeting,
Okay.
as well as advertisement in the newspaper.
But to clarify what Mr. Fletcher was saying, if in fact this body voted not to approve this text amendment, the fallback would be permitted use permits for bourbon warehousing and agriculture, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Now, just because it's a permitted use does not mean it can be constructed, because it still has to go through the technical review team.
Right.
Once again, it's why I submitted the Kentucky Building Code provisions related to barrel warehousing, because based on certain sizes, then you have to sprinkle the building. If there's not adequate water supply, the technical review team will not sign off on it, and you know, the applicant would have to find other provisions or something. So, once again, fire protection, whether it be access to from fire apparatus, internal sprinkler buildings, building code review, things of that nature. So all that would have to occur before the first shovel is turned.
Move to standard questions?
Are there any other questions from the commission?
I've got a number of questions.
Oh,
Actually, questions. I didn't know if we had moved to pass just the summaries. On your standards, number 2. Actually, I'm going to move to number 3, the minimum area. It says distilled spirits warehouse and properties zoned AG should not be constructed on tracts smaller than 200 acres. What is the reasoning for the 200? Is it, I know there's a gap. I believe the craft distilleries, that's 100 acres, and then we're jumping to 200, so there's a gap between 100 and 200.
Yes, and we put 200 together just as a starting point for discussion, and as you just noted, there would be a gap between craft distillery warehousing and all other warehousing, that 100-acre gap. So let's say that there's a new distillery that's larger than a craft distillery, but not as large as, say, Maker's Mark or Jim Beam, Buffalo Trace. Let's just say that they're in between those. They're not to the scale of a large production. Then that would force that company to acquire X-fold of additional land that they don't need.
Right.
So
I guess my question is there, that seems to be fairly arbitrary.
It is,
okay.
yes.
Just to close that gap, would you be open to us dropping it down to 100 acres just so that we have more control over the development?
I would have no objection to that if the planning commission approved it.
Well, I think also
I would also remind the commission that we did attach several other counties' regulations,
Right.
and this is one of the things that's in, I think, every single one of them. And the 100-acre mark, I know there's at least a couple of them that do use that as their standard.
That's their standard. I would have, I guess the second follow-up to that is where I brought in number 2, the warehouse density. You've got 1 warehouse per 8 acres. I guess with that kind of interim acreage, suggestion being 1 every 12 acres, a little less density between the smaller tracts. Is that?
Well, another way to look at it is density proportional to land size as well.
Right.
That's something else that this body can consider, which it would be completely reasonable.
Okay.
We didn't prepare that for you, but, I mean, because there's variables that, you could look at tiers of acreages, 100 to 150, or, 150 to 250, things of that nature, then your density can change based on which tier you're in. I would be open to that.
Could I instruct you to prepare that for us?
Yes.
Okay. I would like you to prepare that for us.
Sure.
Thank you. The setback from adjacent principal structure, you address 750 feet from any principal structure on adjoining property. Is there a general setback for the properties itself without adjacent structure?
Yes.
Okay, that is?
In the agricultural zone within the county, it is 50 feet on the front. We got 25 in the rear and 10 on each side. Or 25, excuse me, so sorry.
So we could increase that,
Yes.
if we chose to do so, increase that setback, given these conditions, correct?
Exactly. By use of conditions, you establish a new set of setbacks.
So we can always make it more protective, I guess is the right word.
Yes, you're correct, and that can be the nature of the conditional use. That's sort of the intent of conditional uses, to set additional standards to ensure compatibility.
Thank you.
But now, on secondary access, that generally can be a road that's like we see on the, what was it, Leetown Manley, or it's a chain that it's used only for access, maybe for emergency vehicles, something like that. Is that talking about a secondary access route?
Yes, for emergency apparatus.
Emergency apparatus, okay, all right.
So, from the county,
It's gonna be really hard to sit here for an hour straining to listen. It's really hard for us to hear.
Okay. I don't think this mask is doing it, but I'll take it back.
I mean, we can barely hear, but we're gonna be here for.
Yeah, I know you are, okay.
It needs to be better than
My question was regarding secondary access road. I wasn't verifying. It is what I thought it was, so I.
yes. So a secondary access road, or any access road into a warehouse or a distillery, a high hazard area, has to be sufficient to accommodate the weight and turning radiuses of Franklin County tanker trucks, engines, as well as ladder trucks, and ambulances.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Cross.
I noticed up in the purpose, the very end of it says, it is to ensure that the character of the area is protected, but in Nelson County and Ohio, Owensboro and Boyle County, that is included in the standards, in the actual restrictions, is that their thing is to make sure that the character of the area where the warehouses are put is protected and not altered. Could we not have that as one of our standards?
Well, it is your standard because it's in the purpose.
Well,
So it gives you that ability to say, okay, we stay away from these trees.
Not actually. If that were in court, it could be argued that
Ms. Cross, anything would be argued in court.
I know that.
Let's make it, whatever your request is, just make it directly to them. If you want it changed and put it in another.
I
area.
do want it changed because I think that's an important aspect.
So it'd be really quick changes.
The request is to make that portion of the purpose a specific criteria in the condition.
Yes.
Okay.
And there are examples in at least 3 of these, and I think it's in every single one of them that you gave us. As a
So-
standard rather than a preamble.
Okay, so we would, upon final vote of the commission, we would add that as condition 13. All right?
Yeah,
It's awful vague, guys.
yeah, that's, how you gonna define that?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, when you move
Here's
a
one.
blade of dirt, you're gonna change character.
Owensboro. Prior to the approval of a conditional use permit hereunder, the Owensboro Metropolitan Zoning must consider the impact of the proposed use upon the surrounding properties and ensure that the character of the area is protected.
I would also offer
The
that in order-
warehouses have to be built, a design with location?
This type of establishment should not be considered as altering the agricultural or residential character of its particular area and shall not be justification for zoning map amendments.
So, just to add it to the commission's discussion about that, in a typical analysis in our staff reports for all conditional uses, whether they have their own standards like we're talking about tonight for barrel warehouses, one of the things that we would analyze, and then the board or commission in this case would also be analyzing as part of their base analysis of any conditional use permit, is that question of how it relates to the surrounding land uses and character of the area. So I'm not in opposition to Commissioner Cross's suggestion, other than just to say that that's generally part of that review and analysis, regardless of whether this document says it or not. But if you feel better with it in there, we'll add it, if the commission as a whole feels that way.
Well, I mean, we know that you all would do that, but we don't know down the road. I would feel better if it's in writing.
I just want clarification, because explain to me how the current warehouses are designed with character of the local where they are now up on mainly Leestown. How do you get the character? I mean, they're a warehouse, so how do you design that to look like anything else up there?
Yeah, I mean, it's no
So
different
it
than.
doesn't fight with it.
I mean, the brick ones downtown, they look fine.
I mean, you could say the same thing for old tobacco warehouses that are made out of sheet metal.
I know.
You know, in the middle of towns, old parts of town, they're sheet metal. Some of them are block. I mean, it just,
And it
it
might,
is what it is, I
Like
guess.
Frankfurt?
Ma'am, in Bowling Green, Berwick Tobacco is a big deal, and so that there are numerous examples I can provide you of those warehouses
I've
in
just recently down
downtown.
there.
But, I mean, if you go to that route, then you're saying that the warehouses could be sheet metal sided. So I don't know when you say that, when you say they can look like a barn, I see a lot of barns, old black barns. I don't want a warehouse to look like that, look like character of an old broken down barn. I want the warehouses to look like they look now. I think they look pretty nice myself, but that's my point. So I pondered a question of character within the neighborhood. I don't know how you're gonna get that.
I think that's going to be a judgment by this commission at the time when an application comes, and by staff when they review said application, about whether by meeting these standards and whatever other site development choices the proposed applicant makes, whether we believe, a good faith effort has been made, and whether it does in fact do its best job to protect from the surrounding area's character, and then this commission will decide whether to agree with that analysis or not.
Good luck.
And it's subjective,
Well,
clearly.
You're saying that it's already there up here in the purpose, so what's the problem with moving it down to a standard?
No problem on this side of the podium if the commission wants to add it.
Mr. Chair, I need to step back a minute to where we started, because I missed the last meeting. So I need to understand the legal clarification that you mentioned and how we've come to the determination that these warehouses are fit now within an agricultural thing. Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure. I missed that, and that seems to be an important step here, and I'm not sure how we have gotten to that.
That is not part of what we're doing tonight. What we're doing tonight is doing a text amendment. We're not doing interpretations. That was, apparently that was voted on about last time. That was the
I don't see
interpretation.
anything in the minutes that was voted on, is what I'm curious about. What did I, that's what I'm, maybe you
We
want to clarify.
voted, by voting to move the text amendment forward, that was part of the definition of moving it forward.
And
I don't
recall that.
And to be sure that that happened, I repeated back to Commissioner Lusher as he made the motion, and as you all listened to the conversation about the motion multiple times, whether part of that motion was to make an interpretation that these were in fact agricultural warehouses, whatever the terminology is in front of me, and therefore, because agricultural warehouses are permitted use, you're making the interpretation that they're permitted use. Multiple times, I mentioned that to this commission to be clear, that if that was the intent, you all would be aware of it and either choose not to do it or move forward. The commission voted unanimously 9-0 to make that interpretation, included with the motion to direct us to prepare this text amendment.
To make it a conditional use.
Right. The commission did that.
That's what.
Well, no, I know, I understand that we did vote to have a text amendment drafted to put in, to clarify a conditional use for these bourbon warehouses. But I don't think that was part of the actual motion to, and it wasn't reflected in our minutes to,
First of all, that really isn't relevant to tonight. That is a decision. If you don't do this, they're claiming that is in fact an interpretation. That has not been established by court. That has not been established by anyone. But yes, it was explained to the commission, and I've got to agree with staff. You all listened to it a couple of times and still voted yes. So I assumed that everyone knew what they were voting.
So the vote was that then this commission views them as being a permitted use in the agricultural zone.
I think the vote was that there is no standard at this time, and that without a standard, there could be a development of this without approval, and that was one of the factors that the commission was considering to have control over any warehouse. Now, whether or not the court is going to say that, I can't tell you guys. I'm just telling you what you voted on.
Do we have any?
And if I could, Mr. Looney, minutes are not a verbatim transcript of the proceedings, so if you missed it, I'm sure it's on the internet, and I'm sure everyone in this room can go look at that.
We do have tape of that, don't we?
And
Yes. Okay.
so, it was a 9-0 vote, I was present. I recall Mr. Copley stood here by himself, asking multiple times for clarification that this is an interpretation by this body that it is a permitted use, and it was a 9-0 vote. Whether it's in the minutes or not, it happened. That's why we're
Yes, Brent.
Did you all talk about the need to put any type of additional environmental review for these types of, for within the conditional use? Since this is something quite significantly different than any other rural type of land use that is allowed. Did you all talk about adding any conditions within there?
First of all, this is an agricultural land use per the Chief of Staff of the Department of Agriculture.
I
provided that to this body. Let's start it right there. The Kentucky Department of Agriculture and Kentucky Proud recognize this, okay? This is the state of Kentucky, all right? That if you want to argue with the Chief of Staff, go see him.
That's not my point.
So you said, let's get past that for a second, okay? The environmental study is done both by staff and by the developer, as required by the Kentucky Building Code. For borings, soil compaction, we review wetlands, floodplains, sinkholes, topography. What else do we look at?
So that's all in the building code that affects this type of
That
use?
would be part of a development plan review. We would note the location of, if there's a sinkhole relative to the location of a structure. We do this on, that's part of the general development plan review.
Okay.
But no, we,
Okay, so you're telling me that's already within our process, so when it would come, if this were in place and a proposal came to us for consideration, there would be an environmental report that looked at these various
there
things.
would not typically be an environmental report per se, no.
Requirements for environmental consideration is attached to the development plan application. It says what they have to study.
Okay, all right. I guess I'd like some clarification. One of the standards in here was, it said it needs to be 1.5 miles minimum from an arterial. Why is there a minimum distance from a road that it needs to be?
But that's the maximum distance,
Okay.
not a minimum.
That's a typo, it was maximum.
Yeah, it's supposed to be maximum. So the maximum distance it can be is 1.5 miles from a major arterial, okay? So there's two reasons for that. One is to make sure that it doesn't pop up in the far corners of Franklin County, okay?
Yeah.
So we want to keep it more in close to the transportation network, okay? That way you're not sending a tractor trailer 20 miles on a 2-lane road out in the middle of nowhere, okay? That's one. Secondly, when you're with that proximity to a major arterial, more than likely you're going to be closer to water infrastructure capable of supporting fire suppression.
Okay. That leads to, well, I got two other related questions. One is the minimum road width said 18 feet, which is, I mean, if we're talking about tractor trailers moving in and out through here, that's fairly narrow. And I saw some of the standards in other counties were bigger than that. So it seems like it ought to be increased to at least 20 feet or 18 feet plus a 2 or 3 foot shoulder on that.
So the county road superintendent is part of the technical review team. So the road superintendent responsible for county roads would analyze the road condition and make a recommendation as to any road improvements necessary for the use based on review of the development plan. So the same thing with the fire department. If the fire department thinks, because, you know, a ladder truck is, you know, very heavy and very wide. So if, based on a specific site location, fire chief and the road superintendent determine that the road's not quite wide enough, even if it is 18, say it has no shoulder. You know, we can say, okay, applicant, you have to install shoulders from this mile point to this mile point, you know, or an extra foot of pavement or whatever, not only to accommodate their use, but to accommodate, you know, emergency services and to make sure that the vehicles passing down the roadway are not over the center line if one exists. Not all county roads have center lines.
Okay. I saw in one of the, I don't remember which example standard that you shared, that they had a water pressure requirement for their sprinklers. Did you all talk about adding some sort of a requirement for that?
It's already covered in the building code, fire
in the building
suppression
code.
system. Yes, sir. Based on the number of heads and size of your building, the amount of pressure and flow required to provide service to that system is calculated.
We also, within both the city and the county's subdivision and development plan regulations, we have minimums for the size of water infrastructure to serve fire hydrants and the minimum flow for those hydrants as well.
So just because the property may be on a 6-inch line does not mean that it may not have enough pressure to supply a sprinkler system. So in other examples, just like the Home Depot, you know, they constructed a water tower to the left of the building because there wasn't enough pressure. So they're able to store excess water there and add their own pressure to it, you know, to supplement what the city doesn't provide in that example. So the same thing happens out in the county. The landfill is a perfect example. If you require, Mr. Jackson, when the landfill did an expansion, this body required the landfill to construct a water tower because the 4-inch main on 151 was not adequate. Mr. Jackson, is that correct? So it's not uncommon, you know, for, once again, it's a conditional use. You know, You all will review all these items that come before you. But first, it has to get through staff. If there's no way they can provide fire protection, or there's no way they can get adequate road width, it's not gonna come to you because, unless they appeal to staff. Okay?
Okay.
If you can't comply, you can't even get far enough to where it's ready to be presented, they have to go back to the drawing board.
Mr. Wright. Chairman Wright.
Yep. There.
The whole bottom line of this, it's conditional. It's not like just approved. It's still conditional, still has to come before us to be approved. And that's where any of the things that we're bringing up are not related, because it's conditional and it has to be brought back and be seen before us before it's approved.
Although I think
Correct.
some standards you want to have explicitly there and
Well,
not
then
where you.
Then when they bring it before us, we can change that. If we see the road is 18 feet and for whatever reason you don't think that's right, going to where it's going, then we can change that. But we don't need, I mean, this is conditional. This is a set of rules that we're gonna live by.
Right.
That's the point.
Yep.
But you have the ability to modify it.
No, it's modifiable.
You can modify it.
Yes.
At the meeting, you can say, based on testimony we've heard tonight, that 18 feet's not gonna cut it for this roadway. We want it to be 22.
Yeah.
That will be modified on the development plan before the chairman signs off on it.
See, I
It's the
mean,
nature of a conditional use.
and it has to be brought before us before to be approved.
Sure.
And 18 is a standard that has been used in one of the examples, just for reference.
Okay, one other, just clarification, just so I understand how this works. I think you explained it before, but you have the density requirement. It says one warehouse per 8 acres, and the maximum warehouse size in the building code says, the state building code is 40,000 square feet. So it's roughly an acre of building that you can do, and it seems to be about what most of these warehouses are, not just here in Franklin County, but other ones I've looked at. And it seems that in addition to the building, you have asphalt that goes around it for truck access. So if I think I remember asking this question at a previous time, how much asphalt and building impervious surface there is. I think it was about 3 acres for each warehouse, just roughly. So if we have a 200-acre farm that is being proposed, so you could have one per 8 acres. That means that you could have in theory, 25 warehouses. So 200 divided by 8, 25 warehouses. Is that correct? I mean, that would be the maximum amount that would be allowed. If you did, I mean, but that's how you would calculate it, right? You would take the acreage and divide by 8.
Sure, we'll go with that.
And obviously, the other site-specific concerns, topography, any environmental things that you have to avoid. There's all the minimum requirements for setback of these structures, in addition to the setback from adjacent principal structures that we've referenced. So there's, on one hand, absolutely, that could be a base calculation if you were just thinking through yourself, okay, here's a property, if you're distillery X and you go, okay, there's 200 acres, theoretically, how many could I get? You could start with that calculation, but obviously on most cases, that number's probably gonna shrink because of whatever you find when you really start looking at it.
So the issue is, this references gross density, not net density.
So explain the difference between gross and net.
Okay, so gross density is the simple math that you just did, okay?
Yeah.
Boom. With nothing else there, I can put these number of boxes on this much acre. Once you put in containment, access drives, your fire suppression tanks, whatever else you need, you're taking up more land that you can't put those buildings on. Just like the city and county zoning codes have a density table for each zoning district. So let's pick one, for instance. Residential B district says 16 units per acre. Once you add streets, sidewalks, detention basins, utility easements, things of that nature, it drops down to about 9, okay? So there's a difference between gross density and net density. Net density is what you actually can build. Gross density is if nothing else has to occur, okay? So that's the reality. So you can't just go simple math in the reality of it all, because That's what Eric and I deal with. What's the net density? What can you really get there? So my rule of thumb is always, like in a residential subdivision, 30% is taken up by infrastructure. Okay? In my 2+ decades of experience, that's what I go.
I'm good.
Any more, Brent? Are there any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
I have several
All right.
questions.
Somebody, take your microphone. Somebody
I'll
your
take
mic.
this one.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I have several questions. Can you hear? Okay. The first question that I have is to make sure that the zoning district regulations for the city and the county are the same set of regulations,
No, sir.
and the periodic table that identified the permitted, conditional, or other uses is the same for Franklin County and the city of Frankfort?
No, sir.
As it relates to this text amendment, they would be the same, but they're not necessarily the same in their entirety, no.
So when I look at the permitted use table, there would be differences between the city of Frankfort and the county of Franklin,
Yeah.
Yes.
okay? You have your trusty document with you. Page 24 of 237 of the city of Frankfort, that's the one that I was given. District regulations, that's
23, did you say?
24.
24.
At the bottom of the page, you'll find a label that says distilled spirits / craft distilleries.
Yes, sir.
And in the ag column, we have no notation there as to whether or not it's permitted, conditional, or whatever. That's what we're discussing now. Correct?
That is not what we're discussing now. That's a separate land use category. And whenever the text amendment to include craft distilleries in that land use category was considered by this body, apparently they chose just to add it as a conditional use in the central business district with some standards applied, and in the urban mixed use district when that was created. So if it's the will of this body, we can also recognize craft distilleries potentially being located in the ag zone. What I would ask to do, if that's the case.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. We cannot do that tonight. We did not advertise that.
So that's a future.
Yes, the county already has a set of regulations that do that, as you all know. And I think the city, when that was done, and I was not employed by the city at the time, for whatever reason, did not piggyback on that effort. But at a later date, if the commission wants to direct staff, sure.
Okay, well, since we're doing this, and I don't want to violate legal counsel's admonition, where in the city's permitted use chart would this distilled spirit warehousing activity show up when I look at the permitted use chart once we decide yay or nay?
When you flip the pages of that document, several pages, until you find yourself at the broad category storage and warehousing industries, we're looking at Land Use Code 461. Farm
Okay,
product
what page are
warehousing
you
and
looking at?
storage. I don't know, 4 or 5 pages, just if you follow the land use code numbers, it's 461. So flip pages till you get to 461.
Gotcha.
And we would then be adding a row under farm product warehousing and storage with the code 461 subsection A, and that would show distilled spirits barrel warehousing as a conditional use in the ag zone, and then much like its mother category, if you will, permitted use in both of the industrial zones. That's where that amendment would go.
Okay. And it would be similar for the county?
Identical. 461A,
Okay.
as depicted in the staff report this evening.
Okay. And that's based on the vote taken at the previous meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And additional direction at my request from this podium to put it as a subset of 461, and we agreed 461A would be appropriate.
Okay. Then, on page, I only have the Frankfurt City document, page 46 of 237.
Is that Article 4.10 Agricultural District, AG?
Yes, sir.
Sure, go ahead.
Now, the purpose that's described there says that this district is intended to recognize agricultural land to establish regulations which emphasize agricultural production and preserve a rural character. Underneath there, the general uses intended are the raising of agricultural crops or livestock, forestry, hunting, or game preserves, and with ancillary services inherent to farming are also permitted. I'm trying to figure out how we make distilled spirit warehousing fit in one of those categories. And I do know that it's not intended to be all-inclusive and forever somehow boxed in. But kind of describe for me how that apply to and fit.
Other than what Mr. Hewitt's referenced, all I really have to add to that is we've included it in this category because we were directed to do so by the judgment of this body. I believe that is for you to decide how to do that.
Yes, sir, but you're also supposed to tell us if it doesn't make sense, why it doesn't make sense.
Well, if I could address that, Mr. Jackson, I'd once again like to refer the body back to the Chief of Staff, Mr. Rogers, with the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, who has jurisdiction throughout the state, who has made a determination that Kentucky bourbon is clearly an agricultural product, and through our Kentucky Proud program, we acknowledge that.
We'll also reference the other
I
examples of ordinances we shared with you intentionally, because in all of those examples, this use is either a conditional use or a permitted use with conditions in the ag zone.
But I raise a question about the Chief of Staff's interpretation. That is a marketing document and position, marketing document and position for the Department of Agriculture. It's not founded in any definitions that I've seen passed by the Congress of the United States of America or the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. That's just what he's written.
Well, Mr. Jackson, respectfully, this letter is written to you, the commission. This is not a marketing material, okay?
No.
It's
It's
directed to
based
you.
on the marketing material created by the Department of Agriculture, the first time Ryan was elected, and we were trying to sell agricultural products to other states and other nations. Again, I don't want to run afoul of legal counsel's advice, but my position is that while that is a written document written by the chief of staff, its purpose is not to define agriculture, but rather to make people understand and purchase a marketed product. It doesn't define.
Yes, sir, it does. If you'll look at the attachments provided by Mr. Rogers, he defines agriculture in both KRS 246.101 and 260.016 as attachments to his letter. So if you want to take that up with Mr. Quarles, you're more than welcome to, the Attorney General's office,
No.
but this is evidence provided to staff.
I do
to
not
this
wish
commission.
to take it up with Mr. Quarles. I'm just simply saying to my fellow commissioners, I have difficulty accepting what is in that written document. And I'll leave
Well,
it
sir,
at that.
in the absence of anything else from a representative of the Department of Agriculture, it is what it is.
Yeah,
Okay?
I-
It is
I
what it is.
understand.
It doesn't matter if it came from the governor, you would say, well, then that's promotional material. If it's, I mean, this comes from the Department of Agriculture. So what else can staff do to provide documentation to this body other than from a state official?
I understand,
I'm at a loss.
I
I'm at a loss.
understand staff position. As long as staff understands my position.
That's fine. Staff is here to present
Okay.
evidence, in fact. You are presenting an opinion. This is fact.
No, his is an opinion.
It's a fact.
His is an opinion as well.
Open records request.
So I'm
Once again, I want to hand that back to the
I have-
secretary. This is in the record.
I have my copy. Okay? Now, I have several other questions related to the documents that were supplied on the Shelby County piece. There appears to be some concern about how closely the warehousing can be located to residential homes. And I did not see anything in our proposed draft
That was
that
the
addresses
language we
that.
referenced of the 750 minimum setback from any adjoining principal structures, which would obviously include a residence, if that were the principal structure on any adjoining properties. That's the purpose of that piece of language. And that actually came from language included in the Owensboro, I believe, example.
Yeah, I was gonna get to Owensboro too.
The people will laugh. Okay, here comes the burn. Sorry.
No.
I'll let you.
And Shelbyville does
Say after it, but I'm just-
identify 200 feet as the distance from all property lines. So that helps. The 750, I think, is a reasonable adaptation of that piece. But for clarity purposes, when we say 750 from a principal structure, would that also imply, for instance, if there's a subdivision there? Or, as we like to say in the county area, a tract with structures on it that's less than 5 acres?
If any of those properties have principal structures on them, yes.
And that'll be city as well as county.
We have included the same language, yes.
Okay. Put that there. Now, I would like to visit page 5 of the Boyle County ordinance that you shared with us. Someone shared with us. And Boyle County seemed to believe that they needed to, in their conditions, specified that any and all ancillary, I'm looking at number E there, any and all ancillary activities be required to be enclosed in an enclosed facility. And I didn't see anything like that in the proposal from staff. How is that addressed in our conditions?
It's not.
Should it be?
If you all would like it to be.
Well, do we anticipate there being anything other than the storage of distilled spirits or barrels at those locations?
Generally speaking, we reference once again in the standards we have provided to you that generally speaking there won't be other distillery-related activities on these sites that would be meant specifically for bourbon barrel warehouses and some of those other secondary structures that might be built to accompany that. And if there's enough room, there could be other uses that are already permitted in the ag zone on one of these properties. But other than that, the distillery-related use is limited specifically to those bourbon barrel warehouses and the associated things necessary for that operation.
So we should read that to mean that anything that can be associated with a bourbon warehouse is included in the broad statement that you just stated. So there's nothing outside of specifically what's stated there that could be included, such that as we look at a conditional use, it can be said, well, we didn't think about that, but that would be included there as well, or not included, or could be excluded.
I mean, if the thought is, are there some other uses that a distillery might want to have as an accessory to the bourbon barrel warehouses, but that are not active distilling operations, should we perhaps list some of those
how
things
those should be included.
And choose whether they are? Maybe there's, I think we're familiar with, well, could be
Let's say
visitor.
bottling. Let's say bottling.
But to me, bottling would be part of the distillery operation. That would not be allowed. Now, if they had,
Is it in agriculture though? Would it, like, could you bottle milk on a thing? I'm making something up here. Sorry to jump in, Mr.
a
Jack.
bottling facility for bourbon is part of the distilling activity. I would consider that as a distillery, and if it's
But
not a
not
permitted use
warehouse.
for, correct. These are barrel warehouses specifically, not a distribution center, not a bottling plant, not a,
Should it not be spelled out, though, that it's strictly?
Well,
I believe we did so. If you're not satisfied with the language, we can, of course, take another stab at it. And the only other thing I'd reference is, on that topic, if you also want to kind of use the crystal ball to imagine any other accessory uses, it could be a cabin that a distillery might rent to people, or, who knows? You might have a distillery that wants a space on one of these farms to have events or something like that. You have to consider. Now, I believe the county has done a text amendment recently specifically to deal with event venues in the agricultural district, so they may already have a method for dealing with that. But the goal of that language was, as far as the distillery, the production of bourbon activity on these sites, it should be limited to bourbon barrel warehouses.
is there a way that we can make that statement clearly, just as you just stated it,
I
in
believe we
these
did.
conditions?
Where?
I don't care where
Say
you
it
put it,
again.
as long
No,
as
I
it's
mean-
there.
Say that
I
again.
don't see it on.
Warehouse use restricted, other than tours and the associated accessory buildings/infrastructure necessary to support the warehouse use, i.e. security shack/fire protection pump house, there shall be no distillery operation on site.
Can I ask a question?
And then I'll come back, because I've got another
I want to
question.
ask a question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Anderson.
Just a couple, or Robert the one. I'm kind of confused about this whole thing. There's nothing that says if they want to build 10 barns on this property to store farm equipment in, to do whatever they need to do to the 1,000 acres they own next door to it, they could build those 10 barns without any questions.
Yes,
So there's no
subject to their
difference.
relative location to the
Well, that's what I'm
warehouses,
saying.
obviously.
If they own 20,000 acres there and they want to build 10 barns on 200 acres of it and do the farming on the rest of it, there's nothing that says they could not build those 10 barns that
Correct.
look just like warehouses. Okay, just want to make sure. You tell me a barn looks different from a warehouse? I've seen the barns on my hill. They all look like old barns, and warehouses look an awful lot alike. Just different color. Barns usually black.
Don't feel the need to comment on that.
I'm just telling you.
However, Woodford County
Should I-
has
Take a stab
concrete.
at it, Eric.
Should I continue, Mr. Chairman?
I'm done.
Yes, Mr. Jack.
On that same page, Mr. Cockley, page 5, on the letter H,
Of what document?
Boyle County.
5-37.
5-37, Russ?
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
where we were.
Thank you.
On the letter H.
Yes, sir.
Specifically in that paragraph, Boyle County makes a statement about the distilled spirit storage activity is not an establishment and shall not alter the agricultural or residential character of the proposed area. Does our proposed conditions mimic
I
or,
believe we just had a discussion about
deal
this
that?
very topic a few minutes ago.
but does it state that? They seem to feel that there was a need.
It does state
To
that in the purpose, and we had an entire
specifically state it.
discussion a moment ago about whether to move that purpose and add it as an additional condition, and Commissioner Cross requested that we do that, and assuming the rest of the commission agrees with that, which I heard some disagreement, but not from most of you, then the plan will be to amend it to include that as a standard per that discussion.
Okay, I'm good. As long as, I didn't hear it that way, but I'm a senior citizen and sometimes I don't hear very well. We've discussed warehousing not being placed in the floodplain, and our notes indicate that it's the 1%, or that the 10-year flood or the 100-year.
That's what people commonly refer to as the 100-year, but the 1% special hazard flood area is that what we kind of also refer to as the regulatory floodplain. That's where our floodplain development ordinances kick in, and we're required, as the respective city and county floodplain coordinators, to administer those requirements on structures that might be constructed within those areas. It also requires approval then from Division of Water in the form of a stream construction permit, and the standards as contained within our local ordinances.
Okay. All of those have been addressed. Now, on page 39, that 539, number 8, if you take a look at that, our proposal indicates that 25% of whatever proposed acreage be designated or utilized as agricultural product type, meaning growing or livestock, whatever. Boyle County seems to believe that 50% should be reserved for that purpose. Why do we choose 25 as opposed to a larger percentage?
Because we chose 25 because we thought it was appropriate. If the commission likes 50, we can amend it to 50.
Well, I mean, what logic underlie, if you will, or underlay the 25 versus some larger? Obviously, you had to believe that the 25%
I think we'd seen
satisfied
examples
some.
of both, and so started the discussion with the 25%. That's still a fairly good portion of the property. Obviously, as we've talked about, the way these things get sited on these properties, you're going to end up with quite a bit of open space just because of the nature of how they have to be sited.
Okay.
So
Does the 25% that we're saying has to be agricultural use also count as the infrastructure type amount that would be subtracted or calculated to be a portion of the property that cannot be built upon, having a warehouse built upon?
are you asking if the required agricultural use or open space would count against the required density?
Let me use the example that was used. In a subdivision, when you use a gross buildable number, that gross number does not include really the space that, well, it includes the space that would have been used for infrastructure,
Sure.
buildings, et
So
cetera.
once again, and I think Mr. Hewitt did a pretty good job of explaining how that gets you closer to the real world version of density, which
Yeah.
is you take that property, you go, well, what infrastructure has to go on here?
Well,
what things
that's
features
not my
do we have to
question.
avoid? And then much like in any other subdivision,
Yeah.
what open space are we required to provide?
Yeah,
Well,
but
you're going to have to
that's not my-
subtract
that's
that
not my
from the
question.
area.
My question is, when you're calculating the quote unquote, the number of real life structures that can be built, is that 25% available for that calculation, or is that 25% excluded? And then that calculation done?
The answer is for purposes of reviewing a development plan that comes in for these, much like any other development, we are going to look at the calculation much as Commissioner Swager did and say, okay, how many units of whatever we're building can we put in? In this case, they're barrel warehouses, and we've said 1 per 8 acres, so we're going to do that math and we're going to start there, right? And so
Okay, that's the gross.
That's the gross. That's the number of units you can have. When we review a development plan, we're going to take that number, and the first layer of review might start with, we're going to count those warehouses. Now, but after that, we're also going to say, well, where's your open space? Well, where's your, in this case, there isn't a heck of a lot else on the site. Where's your containment area around each barrel warehouse? Where's things of that nature. So the real world number ends up at, you started at your gross acreage, and that is the basic calculation for the density of the number of units. But the reality of what you end up with is likely going to be some different number once you meet all of the other requirements you have to meet, which, while they're not specifically meant to address density necessarily, they invariably affect the density that you can actually construct.
Okay. So what you're saying to me is that the 25% and what you would consider to be
So-
open space are
So
can be
if you had a
the
200
same
acre
space.
tract, and we know 25% of that, right? So 50 acres is gonna have to be that open space or agricultural use. We would not subtract that when we first started and said, okay, well, since that open space is gone, you can only have 1 per 8 per 150 acres. We wouldn't do that. We would say 200 acres, this is your max density, assuming you could manage to fit them on there with all the other requirements. Does that make it more clear?
That clarifies it for me. It's one and the same. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
We're not taking questions from.
I just have a procedure.
No, okay.
Well, it's been 2 hours, and I think this is a very valuable discussion, but I think it belongs in committee, and we're here for a public hearing.
Well,
And this is
we're ready to move along.
This is a valuable discussion, but I think it belongs in a committee, and we would love to be able to give our testimony.
Ms. Schindler, for point of order, it does not belong there, it belongs for everybody here to hear. That's what an open meeting is to allow everyone to hear all the questions.
Well, the
And not
committees
to
are
go,
open
and a
meetings.
committee has already been done.
The committee's open meetings.
The committee is an open meeting, it's not a public meeting, so you don't get to participate in that. You do get to participate here.
She's trying.
No, she is not.
We're all trying.
Let us participate.
I'll be done soon. Don't worry about it. I appreciate Ms. Schindler's point. I'm being long-winded. But then again,
She did not say that, Mr. Chairman.
no, sir, the implication of it is, and so I will speed it up. Okay. I'm done with Boyle County. And I'm now at Owensboro Metropolitan Zoning Ordinance. But we're dealing with what's in other counties versus Franklin County.
Doesn't matter what's in the county.
And we're building,
No, it doesn't.
but we're building Franklin County.
Not Anderson County, not Shelby County.
All right.
This is Anderson, this is Franklin County. This is where we need to be dealing with, not Owensboro. I'm sorry.
I hear you and I respect your concerns, Commissioner Sanderson. Looking at the things that I've highlighted on Owensboro, there's only actually one thing that I need to ask about that, and it's a follow-up on Mr. Swager's earlier question about the environmental issues. I recall the response of the staff to Mr. Swager being that environmental issues as set forth in the development plans and et cetera will address much of the information that we were looking at. But the question he asked appeared to me to be whether or not we would require a special environmental study related to the conditional use, meaning an environmental study conducted specifically for the property that's identified in any conditional use request. And I'm presuming from your response, the answer to that is no. But the pieces and bits that are provided in the application should suffice for that purpose.
Is that a question or a statement?
Yes, sir. It was a question. I'm
I think that's for
surmising
this
from your
commission
response.
to decide. I don't know what, when Mr. Schwager asks about an environmental report, I'm not an environmental scientist. I don't know what he's imagining might be in said report, so I can't answer that question. That's for each of you all to consider what if there were a report you would imagine that it would entail, and whether those things are taken into account as part of our normal construction review, i.e. floodplains, locations of sinkholes, things of that nature. Are many of those things addressed in the course of natural review? Yes. Is there some other level of analysis that you all want to have happen? And if so, then somebody's gonna have to tell me what that is and what that
But
looks
we
like.
would
and
have
can-
to ask for that special. That is not, there's no requirement, nor do we desire to have a requirement. And it's a question of saying that any request should include a specific environmental study or report on the piece of property that's being proposed for the conditional use. That was my question.
We've not included that in our proposed language. If the commission would like that, we can add that. But I would just caution that we would need to make sure we understand exactly what it is we're asking for so that we can explain to both staff and potential applicants what this environmental report or analysis actually is and what information should be contained within it. Preferably with some sort of input of somebody knowledgeable in such things that can help us get something actually useful out of it. I don't know how else to answer it than that.
Okay. I simply followed up on the question because I didn't think we had a clear answer to Mr. Swager's question. But then again, I'm interpreting what he asked as opposed to him actually saying specifically what he wanted to do. So I'll leave that alone. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Mr. May, I think you had a question you wanted to ask too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask staff questions? Okay. Certainly, I don't mean to sound like I'm cross-examining either of you. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions. So the letter we got from the Department of Agriculture is all well and good, but what I'm looking at is the attachments to the two statutes that we've talked about, KRS 246.010, which is the definition section. I think one of the things that staff referred to in this was that this was a determination by the Department for Agriculture, but I'd also like to, just for clarification, say that this was an act of the Kentucky General Assembly, and I believe this statute was created in 1942, that's 80 years ago. And also in this statute, it defines agriculture and agriculture means the business of raising or producing, and then it has subsections, and subsection A says crops, the products of which are used for food, feed, fiber, energy, or pharmaceuticals.
Yes.
And then I believe we referred to the second statute, KRS 260.016, which has also further definitions of the statutes of KRS 260.016 to 260.019. And in that subsection 2, when it talks about the definition of Kentucky-grown agricultural product, it says means any agricultural product grown, raised, produced, processed, or manufactured in Kentucky. With that being said, I would say that those are statutes that were enacted by the Kentucky General Assembly and not the Department of Agriculture, not to diminish anything from the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, but that these are statutes enacted by the Kentucky General Assembly. And I believe that that's information that our staff relied on in staff report. Would that be accurate statement?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying
No,
to,
sir.
for clarification. In the Agriculture Commissioners, or the Department Chief of Staff's letter, referenced things that we know to be true. Farmers grow corn and grain in Kentucky. A lot of those farms are family-owned farms that have been in business for a number of years, and their purpose is to supply corn and grain primarily for the bourbon industry or distilled spirit industry. So that corn, when it's in the field, is a crop that gets processed and gets distilled into bourbon. Some grains are also used in that, as we know. Wheat and rye are grains that are used. So I would say to people too, tobacco warehouses are used for storing tobacco that's been fermented. So again, crops that are grown for tobacco, gets stored in tobacco warehouses, bourbon warehouses store crops that have been grown and produced and made into bourbon. And looking back at the definition section that we talked about in 260.016 subsection 2, and it says processed. And I do know that we could ask questions if need be, but we're not here to ask specific questions of individuals. And I do see a master distiller in the audience. I don't know that I'm allowed to ask him as an expert witness because he didn't sign up for that, and necessarily wouldn't put him on the spot. But he would probably know a thing or two about that process. Also, when people argue that it's not an agriculture product, when you just look at, and this is oversimplifying it maybe, farmers don't grow applesauce, they grow apples that are processed and turned into applesauce and put in the store. So that's an oversimplification. I understand that, but I'm trying to make people see the process when corn and grain are grown and it's made into bourbon. That is a process, and it is defined in Kentucky statutes, which is the law of Kentucky, enacted by the Kentucky General Assembly. So I would submit to you that those are factual statements that our staff made earlier, and I understand some people may not agree with that, but these are laws that were enacted by the General Assembly, some going back to 80 years ago. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, Commissioner.
Good job, Bill.
I think that was all I had. I just wanted to make sure, like in defense of our staff, that their information is coming from not just opinion, but looking at state laws enacted by the Kentucky General Assembly.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Looney?
And I appreciate, the volume of material you all provided to us, multiple communities looking at these things, so thank you for putting that together for us and your patience with our examinations. It is confusing to me, and listening to Commissioner Mays going through that, I don't see anything in 246.010 that talks about processing, to be quite honest with you. It talks about products, but by that stretch, I'm not sure why we wouldn't say cornmeal and cornflakes, for that matter, can't be stored in an agricultural building. That seems a gross stretch to me, because anything that basically comes from the earth then would be a product that we could store in warehouses in the ag district by that definition, and I don't believe that was the intent, but I'll leave that for the attorneys to determine legislative intent. A quick question, condition 4, it talks about us, the Planning Commission, reviewing these requests. Is it implicit that is an approval? If it says review, we would get to, so we need to say review and approve if we want to be able to approve those in condition 4?
I would not, no.
No.
Because
You're not necessarily going to approve it. So you're reviewing that as part of that condition.
You may add review and make a determination. What they're saying is that you might say no.
Certainly, but just in my world, just because you get to review something doesn't mean you have the approval authority of it. And so that's why I'm trying to clarify that, if that makes sense.
I would caution you that the world you're looking from, that
I know, an engineer. You've told me this many times.
I'm looking at it from an argument standpoint, and I think what they're indicating is you should put either or, not just that we have to approve or we don't have to approve. Okay?
Okay.
I mean, we can certainly.
It was just a question, just a
We can certainly
clarifying
have language
question.
to clarify if it makes you feel better.
It was a question for as much our legal
All right.
attorney there as anyone.
I'm still here.
Make sure he's still awake over there after all this.
Mr. May.
I just would like to direct Commissioner Looney to what the statute I mentioned was 260.016, subsection 2, and the word process is clearly in that statute as a Kentucky-grown agricultural product. It was not in, I don't mean to be argumentative, just like I just wanted to point out, the 246.010 is also a definition section, but 0116 further clarifies sections of definitions for that same statute, same section. It's in subsection 2, it's on line 2 of subsection 2, processed or manufactured in Kentucky.
And I'll stand by if that's the interpretation that we should be storing cornmeal and cornflakes in agricultural district, if that's the case, and we need to be careful how we stretch this. That's what it says.
Chairman, I don't want to be argumentative. I do understand what Commissioner May is saying, but each of those sentences, number 1 and number 2, has the preamble of a product grown in Kentucky and on the farm. Not one bottle of bourbon that I'm aware of can one get if they plant a seed and at the end of the growing season harvest a bottle of bourbon or other distilled spirit. It does not happen. It's a value added process. Am I testifying, Mr. Logan?
Yes, you are, sir. So-
Then I take it all back.
So have some others. I just indicate this is, once again, I will remind the commission, this is not an argument about a reading of a statute. This is about a text amendment before us and what you want in that text amendment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
There is a lot of good questions and riveting discussion so far about the commission. We have a lot of people here very interested in the subject. And I'm really interested to hear what everybody that came tonight has to say. And I feel like we'll have an opportunity to hammer out some of these questions and details at some point in the future. So I guess I'm making a suggestion that we move on to the public hearing, the public testimony, and then once again come back if we have questions, if we have suggestions, discussion, we can come back at another time for that.
I'll second that if it's a motion.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to.
Just a second, Mr. Swigger, I think early on that Mr. Logan and I said that after we had questions of the staff, we were going to allow legal representatives of either side at least to have questioning them. So that's what we'd like to go ahead and do. We did say we could do it. And that would be those who are in favor of the text amendment. I don't know who your legal counsel is, and I see Mr. Polk right over here. There are several attorneys. So do we have any, who has questions for, I could go either side. I can go, Mr. Jones, do you want to start? Randy, you're, please? Yes.
I'm happy to.
Yes.
Where's Charlie?
Yes, sir.
Got a couple questions for you guys.
Mike.
Okay.
Mike.
Do you want to stand next to me, or how do
Oh,
you prefer
there
to
he
do
is.
this? If you
I
want.
couldn't see him.
You just go ahead and take,
He's right behind
be fine here.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm Randy Strobo. We've met before. I represent a lot of the folks around Peaks Mill. So first of all, I want to be clear, who filed this text amendment?
The planning commission requested this text amendment.
So this didn't come from the private party.
Initiated by the planning commission.
Okay. So I'm glad we got that clarified and figured out. Okay. So were you present at the July 14th meeting, either of you?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review the minutes from that meeting?
No, I don't review notes.
And were you here? You were here earlier this evening when the board approved those minutes, correct?
Yes.
Is there anywhere in those minutes, to your knowledge, that indicates that a motion was made to for an interpretation under both of your zoning ordinances to find that a bourbon barrel warehouse is an agricultural use?
I believe we heard comment to that effect tonight, but I couldn't, since I have not reviewed those minutes.
Do you typically review the minutes?
No.
Okay. But you did hear the board approve those minutes, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to stay with that track a little bit. according to your knowledge, no, this is not based on the minutes, this is based on your knowledge of that hearing, the commission voted to do that, to interpret the agricultural district in both your zoning ordinances to allow for bourbon barrel warehouses as a permitted use, correct?
It is my understanding they voted to make an interpretation that bourbon barrel warehouses would be included in that, farm product warehousing and storage.
And that is.
And that one happens to be a permitted use in the ag zone.
So what does that mean? That means that they don't have, as someone who wants to use their property as, for bourbon barrel warehouses, they don't need to get any type of permission as of today to do that.
They would still need, obviously, construction approvals, development plan review. They would have to meet the current guidelines of the agricultural bulk density and height.
But for the use, though?
For the use itself, it's permitted.
Okay. So nothing's stopping anybody from doing that now, other than the construction approvals?
Correct.
Okay. Can a use be a permitted use and a conditional use at the same time?
No.
Okay. Now, I think in both of your ordinances, the city ordinance and the county ordinance, and I think you've mentioned several times today that a conditional use permit will come before the planning commission. That's not true, is it?
Not typically.
So how are you allowed to do that here? I mean, I know you can do it with, typically, you can ask the planning commission to review a conditional use permit if it's filed in conjunction with a zone change or a zone map amendment application. But if it's on its own, doesn't the statute require it to go to BOZA?
The planning commission's attorney has made an opinion to his client, planning commission.
Mr. Logan?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Do I believe that we have the authority to require them to come to the planning commission? Yes, I do.
Okay.
If it's a properly enacted ordinance or statute.
When that interpretation was made at the last meeting, was there any analysis done to see if that interpretation complies with the land use element of the 2018 comprehensive plan update?
I did not make the interpretation, so I do not know.
Do you think it should be required?
I did not make the interpretation, I don't know.
Okay. Just asking.
Sure.
For the both of the text amendments that have been proposed today, did either of you do an analysis on either of them to see if that text amendment complies with the land use element of the comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Did you provide it as part of the record?
No.
Then how do we know that you did it? Yeah. I'm just asking.
Because I'm the staff, I'm testifying that I did it.
Okay.
Under oath, right here in the hearing.
Okay, will you tell us how it complies with the land use element of the comprehensive plan?
It's a farming activity, it's interpreted, it's a farming product, as interpreted by the planning commission. And farming is within the purpose statement of that land use element.
Okay. So where in the land use element does it say warehouses is a rural use?
The planning commission made an interpretation that specific to barrel storage, that it's considered a farm product and warehousing. And so as the current land use table, not the future, or not the comprehensive plan, the land use table already establishes it as a permitted use, land use code 461. So the zoning code is an ordinance by law, it is a law, comprehensive plan is a guide, not a law.
Does the zoning ordinance, any zoning ordinance or a zoning ordinance amendment have to comply with the land use element of the comprehensive plan?
I'm going to object. That's asking for a legal interpretation of staff that's not relevant to this hearing.
You have 20 years of experience, correct?
Yes.
Can you answer the question?
I'll follow the advice of the planning commission's counsel.
Chair, this is your meeting, not the council's meeting. Can you ask him to answer the question, please?
I'll go along with the council said.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I'll have to go along with our council.
Okay, thank you. So I apologize. I'm kind of going over the place. I'm trying to keep all my questions in line for what we just heard. Kind of
Take
surprised.
your time. I've only been out there 2 hours.
I'm just glad I'm not one of these guys right
Well,
now.
we think it's to them.
Well, Chair Robert.
Yes.
So we heard about, and Mr. Jackson, Commissioner Jackson, asked many questions about all of the other ordinances that you provided in the record that other jurisdictions have done. Does every jurisdiction or planning unit have their own comprehensive plan?
Yes.
Are any of those comprehensive plans the exact same as the one here?
No.
Did you do an analysis to check to see if any of those other ordinances that you provided were in compliance with the land use element of your comprehensive plan here?
An hour?
Yes.
No.
Why are they relevant to this discussion then?
The relevance comes from established Kentucky ordinances throughout other local jurisdictions and a precedent set by those jurisdictions and planning bodies.
But they have different comprehensive plans though, correct?
They do.
All right, and you never did an analysis to see if they comply with your comprehensive plan, either of you?
No, sir.
Okay.
That was not relevant to me.
Okay. It sounded like it was relevant to the commission, so that's why I'm asking the question. We heard a little bit about this definition of agriculture that everyone's talking about, and you brought some evidence of what that definition means in the context of bourbon in the chapter 200 that Mr. May was asking about earlier, correct?
Yes.
Does this planning commission or you as staff have any obligation to comply with that chapter?
The state statute? Yes,
Why?
because it's state law.
Is the planning
We cannot
commission
overturn
and
state law. We cannot overturn state law. We
Is
can't
that-
go against state law.
is that definition in chapter 100?
No, sir.
What's chapter 100?
Planning and zoning.
All right. So there's no definition in the planning and zoning laws of Kentucky that this commission and this staff has to oblige by and has to conform with and comply with that defines a bourbon barrel house as agriculture.
Conversely, automobile dealers are covered in a separate statute of KRS, not chapter 100, but it's regulated by local ordinance through planning and zoning. So I don't buy your argument.
Does anything in chapter 100 say anything about bourbon barrel warehouses?
No.
Does your comprehensive plan mention warehouses at all?
Yes.
Where?
Industrial zones.
Thank you. And this may be a legal question, so feel free to tell me to be quiet.
I've never been sure.
Mr. Cockley, I appreciate your time. Is there anything stopping this planning commission from voting on that interpretation again that we talked about?
Yes. It hasn't been advertised.
But considering not tonight, I'm not saying tonight.
They haven't given public notice of that. I'm gonna say that we do not get to vote on things that haven't been given public notice.
If it's been public notice and advertised, can this body vote on that interpretation again?
Was it advertised last time?
No.
Was it advertised?
No, it was a new business. It was brought up in news business, so it wasn't advertised.
It's under, so you're asking to bring it back up for a vote, something from last time. I do not believe
It
we
wasn't
did.
advertised at the last meeting, that it was gonna be an item, was it?
Hang on. Was that interpretation, was that vote or that issue advertised?
No.
In those? Okay. Okay, good. So just a point of clarification, after this, I have plenty of comments, and I'm not gonna do that here, because I don't think that's the appropriate time. I think this is gonna be a pretty long meeting. Are we gonna have time to do that tonight, or do you think this is gonna be postponed to another
Well,
time?
we're gonna have testimony as much as we can here tonight. Everybody has to speak. Everybody. We're gonna have testimony tonight, allow as many people as we can to speak. That testimony, which you have people come up. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, we will. We'll try to get everybody here a chance to come on the microphone.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
Sir,
you.
thank you.
Chairman Wright.
1 second, please.
If we're gonna do this, then we need to suspend the other public hearing and let people know that they're not gonna have that tonight, so they can leave.
Oh, that's all, we don't have another one. We merged these two. These two are put. The governor's place is already gone. Let's go. This is, we had the rest of the night, how it goes, okay. Or until 10 o'clock anyway. Okay. Martha Gray, right, yes, okay.
Asking some questions. I guess right off the bat, if the commission at the last meeting, the July meeting, voted to make whiskey warehouses a permitted use in an ag district. Why are we here discussing a conditional use permit? It's already permitted.
Because they directed us to make it a conditional use specific as a subcategory of farm product warehouse.
But you've already said that, you have said, both of you, I believe, that they voted at the last meeting to make it a permitted use as a farm product or an agricultural product. That's what they've said.
Well, no, I think you misunderstood. They voted to make an interpretation. They didn't vote to make it a use.
Well, if that's the interpretation, then it fits under an existing category.
Well, if it does, yes, that may be true. What they're saying now is they're trying to control something rather than it being a blatant permitted use.
Well, either it is or it isn't.
That's what we're gonna find out tonight.
Okay, well, I don't think we're gonna find out tonight for sure. You just said, Mr. Hewitt, that you have to follow state law, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And forgive me, but I've heard lots of legal interpretations, although I'm not supposed to ask any questions about legal interpretations. I've heard both of you stand up here and make legal interpretations across the board. Do you ordinarily deal with KRS Chapter 100?
Yes,
Why is that?
planning and zoning,
Because it's land use, correct?
that's correct.
All right, is KRS Chapter 246 land use?
It's indirectly related to land use.
Is it land use?
It's indirectly related to land use.
Okay,
That's
can
my
I ask,
response.
can I ask you then to read this?
You read it.
I don't want to touch your phone.
All right, I'll hold it up so you can see it. KRS, I'll read it. Section 246.020. The efforts of the department shall be directed to the promotion of the interests of agriculture and horticulture. It's not land use, it's marketing. What about KRS Chapter 260?
State your
Are you aware that it's marketing? You won't hold my phone, you won't look at what's on the phone.
I want you to read it into the record.
Okay, I will read it into the record. KRS Chapter 260 relates to marketing of agricultural products. Are either of those things land use?
Marketing is not land use.
Correct. All right. Are you aware that KRS Chapter 100 has a whole definition section for agricultural use?
I do.
Are whiskey warehouses in there?
Not in the definition.
No, they're not. Are you aware that state law trumps a regulation or an ordinance? You are aware of that? Okay. So when KRS 100-237 says that the Board of Zoning Adjustments and not the Planning and Zoning Commission gets to consider and decide conditional use permits, somebody please tell me what the authority is to give it to them.
Because the statute is also what can be fairly implied from the statute. The statute also sets out that at certain times the planning commission is used for the BZA.
Have you given them a written legal opinion?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Are you
Nor am I
going to
gonna
do
give
that?
you- Nor am I going to give you one.
Well, I believe that they would be entitled to that.
They haven't asked me.
Okay. For agricultural uses, are there any environmental reports needed for any other agricultural use that you know of?
I would have to look at the land use table.
Okay. You have referenced building and construction, having to go through building and construction for warehouses, correct?
Yes.
Is there any other agricultural use that requires you to go through building and construction?
I would have to look at the land use table.
Aware of that?
Are you aware of
Don't
any in the land use table?
No, that's my point.
Do you know all the land use table?
I am saying there's no agricultural use that has to go through buildings and construction.
What? Well,
Do you require, okay, if somebody's gonna build a barn, or 25 barns, do they have to come to you?
We prepared a text amendment with these into an agricultural district based on directions from the planning commission.
Okay, I have a question about that.
So perhaps you should direct your questions to the planning commission.
Okay, I'll direct them to you. You came forward, you were at the July meeting, correct? Were you aware that this was gonna be brought forward? They were gonna ask you to do this?
You hear things, but you don't know what somebody's gonna actually do. We have 11 people.
Have you been involved in the text, either one of you, in the text, this whole text amendment, a similar one over the course of the last year?
No, I haven't been involved. That was a count.
Have you,
yes.
okay, actively involved?
Yes.
Okay. Couldn't go anywhere apparently. So were you involved? Did you have any discussions with Mr. Lusher prior to that meeting?
No,
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Buffalo Trace or Buffalo Trace's counsel?
no.
Okay. You were involved in all of the discussions leading up to this. And you know there were 2 meetings of the zoning update committee. And they were provided with a whole lot of information. Did any of that information, all the things that were given to them at 2 different meetings, given to this group in the packet that you presented to them?
Not in my packet, no.
Okay, so a lot of that was left out.
It was not in my packet.
Is that in yours?
No, I do not have those documents.
Okay, so it didn't make it into anything that this group is going to consider?
No, because that information was submitted outside of the public hearing. That was submitted to the zoning update committee, and we tried to let everybody know at the time that was not a public hearing. It would be important for them to bring those, when it came to the planning commission, to this.
Was all that information available? I mean, they asked you to research it, correct? And come up with a text, just propose something, correct?
We were directed to present a conditional use text amendment for barrel aging warehouses in the agricultural zone and make it a subset of land use code 461. That was all the direction given. You're welcome to go look at the video.
Okay. Did you provide the Woodford County ordinance?
No,
Did you provide did you provide all of the ordinance from all of the counties that do this kind of thing?
your packet contain it?
I provided the ones that I found, which is not necessarily an exhaustive source, search of every county in the Commonwealth.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Hewitt, what was the name, excuse me again, of the person from the agricultural, the chief of staff?
Keith L. Rogers.
Did you meet with him personally?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anything about his background?
No, ma'am.
Is he providing a legal opinion to you? He's telling you what the ordinances say.
He provided a statement to the planning commission.
Okay. Do you know if he has a legal background?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if he has any background in land use at all? Well, this
No,
is
I
a
do
valid
not.
point. I mean, you've put it forward.
Don't look at me.
He's looking at you. He's looking at you like, how can she ask you that?
She can ask you that, and I have not objected.
All right, I appreciate it very much.
That doesn't mean I won't, but I haven't.
Well, is there any other building in the ag district? I mean, you guys deal with development plans, correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Any other building in the ag district that has to be within your, a mile and a half or whatever it is that you said of a major arterial road?
No.
Okay. Any other building that has to have fire suppression systems in an ag district?
Yes.
What is that?
Museums and art galleries, churches, colleges and universities, junior colleges, high schools, junior high schools, and elementary schools, and vocational schools, accounting, auditing, and bookkeeping services, engineering and architectural services.
Okay.
Is that
keep
office
going.
of a orthopedic physician?
Do any of those buildings contain thousands of gallons of flammable liquid?
Office of dental and dental surgeons. So yes, there are flammable materials in that.
Thousands of gallons of flammable material.
There is flammable material, whether the volume is high or low. If it falls under high hazard, then it goes to the Department of Housing, Building, and Construction.
Do you require them to be located within a mile and a half of a major artery?
No,
Why is that?
it's not listed in the conditions.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Are there any other legal lawyers or attorneys who need to, okay. So, having said that, at this point in time, questions have been asked by staff, we've talked to lawyers and parents. Vicki, you can start calling speakers from the list. This is where we're gonna take testimony. We have a list here. We've got
How
any
many
names on it.
individuals do we have on the list, Mr. Chairman, and
Should-
how much time are you going to give each other?
How many, okay, we're gonna count them right now. Okay.
22.
22.
2 minutes each.
What would you say?
20, 22, but
Okay, we're gonna try to have.
that does
3
not
minutes.
include the attorneys.
Okay.
So that, the attorneys are making
If
24.
you want to, if someone has said about the same thing you do, you can say, well, I agree.
Okay.
Or otherwise you can come up and speak, okay?
Okay, ready?
So how many minutes?
We're gonna try 3, is that 3? Okay, okay, we're gonna do 5. Five better, okay.
Past 10.
That takes us past the deadline.
Richard Rose.
I'm not going I gotta get up.
Good evening, my name is Richard Rose and I live in downtown Frankfurt. And living in downtown Frankfurt I think is significant for what I have to say. I am concerned about our downtown area and its continued vitality. It's heavily dependent on tourism, and I feel like Buffalo Trace is the lifeblood of tourism in downtown Frankfurt. And so as you work through this process, discuss this issue, I would just ask that you keep in mind that Buffalo Trace is a business. They are trying to work through the process of getting bourbon warehouses sited in Franklin County preferably. If they can't, they'll go someplace else. And I would ask that they have been very patient working through all the different iterations, and this is the latest one, so let me address that, but I would ask that you try to get something that is agreeable to a good corporate citizen that's been a citizen in this community for over 150 years. What you're working on now is this text amendment, and I've heard several things tonight that make me feel better about the text amendment. I'm not sure if it should be approved, shouldn't be approved. I'll leave that up to you, but these conditional use requirements is, I think, what's critical. I've heard them talk about the square footage and heights of the warehouses, the amount of setback, the number of acres per warehouse. One of the things that Buffalo Trace has talked about on a particular property that this text amendment would apply to is putting wetlands and woodlands into conservation easements. I think you should take that into consideration for future permitting. I also think that if a business says they're going to build something on a site, that they shouldn't be, people should not be able to buy up land in anticipation of warehousing needs and then sit on it waiting for it to appreciate in value. If somebody says they're going to build warehouses, then I think that should be part of the permitting process, that they start and finish that construction in a timely manner. You've talked about cropland on the property. I think you should also consider, as well as cropland, pollinator habitat and trees. You've talked about containment basins. Buffalo Trace has also talked about public access to things like bird watching, hiking trails, picnic grounds. I think that is all a good sign and should be taken into account for these future uses. And the other thing I think you should take into account is if you've got a property owner that's intent on selling their land and bourbon warehousing is one of the options. Compare it to, well, what if instead this land was used for residential development? And with all these conservation easement requirements, the amount of open land requirements, I can't help but conclude, in my opinion, that bourbon warehousing, if done right through this text amendment, with their conditional uses, could actually be a more land-friendly option rather than a dense housing requirement. Thank you for listening.
Candy Charters.
Oh, you're fine, sorry.
I'll yield my time to the next person on the list.
Clay Hewitt.
Thank you. I'm here. My name is Clay Hewlett. I'm a resident of the city of Frankfort. Was born just a couple of blocks away, as a lot of people might have been here in Frankfort. First of all, I want to thank you for your time. I know that it's a thankless job in most cases to devote your time away from family or your business to do the public business. Especially want to thank the staff for their efforts and the council. And I want to thank my friends and neighbors from the Peaks Mill area specifically. I promise I'm going to stay on the text amendment. But sometimes democracy is ugly. Sometimes it's messy. But with those thanks, I want to speak in support of the text amendment. I think that it is, from what I've heard tonight, a good curb or additional response that enables this commission to control specific land use in the future. I'm not familiar necessarily with all the workings. I know that you all have devoted lots of time in knowing the process, but I believe that there is, with staff and the various different controls that are in place, I think that those are very proper. I commend you for wanting to retain your right to approve various different developments. And so, but I also want to caution against taking away rights, property rights, from people who have an arm's length transaction to be able to sell their property to people who want to buy that property. Development is going to occur. If you take a look back 300 years, and to some of us, that 300 years is not too awfully long, nothing was here. Development is going to occur. The question is, what development will occur? The options that have been made available, it seems to me that that residential development would be a natural extension if this text amendment were not in play for various different large parcels of land. It seems that the infrastructure that would be needed for residential would be significantly higher than what would be needed for distillery warehousing. The other different problems, including noise and traffic, that would come with other types of development would also be increased, in my opinion, over residential or distillery warehousing would be less overall than many residences. One thing that has not been mentioned is the tax base that would be improved. Once we expand the tax base, every participant, every resident within Franklin County, both property owners and renters, would benefit from a larger tax base, and their property that they rent or own would represent a smaller numerator in that overall base. As far as future use, I also think that this text amendment would allow the retention of large tracts of land to remain intact rather than developing small little 1/4 acre, half acre, or even 20 acres. That would, if the bourbon industry did fail at some point in the future, and all things have cycles. They're basic business cycles. If the bourbon industry were to go kaput in a few years, in my opinion, it would be easier to repurpose those warehouses than it would be to repurpose other different property if that were put into effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Appreciate it.
Casey Groves.
I'm going to read you an editorial that I wrote that was in the Courier Journal this week. Why Buffalo Trace expansion gives Franklin County a bitter taste for bourbon. The bitter bourbon battle between Buffalo Trace and Franklin County landowners is about the strong-arm tactics Buffalo Trace is using to acquire land for warehouse construction. Other distilleries have responsibly worked with their county city governments to coexist. Nelson County, Bardstown, Davies County, Owensboro, both big bourbon production centers have worked with their local distilleries, and together they decided that the best place for new warehouse construction is outside of cities, away from subdivisions and schools, in designated rural areas where the environmental impact is minimal. Buffalo Trace, on the other hand, decided they would build warehouses wherever they wanted to. And the first site they picked was Peaks Mill, next to a school, next to 132 home subdivision on environmentally fragile karst land. A toxic spill on karst land like the proposed Peaks Mill warehouse site would be carried by a network of underground streams and, in Peaks Mill's case, would resurface multiple places along Elkhorn Creek, possibly several miles from the spill site. And it's for those reasons that the City-County Comprehensive Development Plan does not permit building warehouses of any kind on a site like the Peaks Mill. That's when Buffalo Trace decided to do an end run around the Comprehensive Development Plan. Their lawyers kicked into a full court press to change zoning code rules in Buffalo Trace's favor. The amendment change would allow construction of bourbon warehouses with only a conditional use permit. A conditional use permit would allow Buffalo Trace and any other distillery to build warehouses on any agricultural land they can buy themselves without restriction or a chance for people to voice their concerns. Under protest, Anderson County passed a similar spot zoning amendment to make way for the Buffalo Trace buildings on warehouses on Highway 151. Now Anderson County landowners are facing an uncontrolled bourbon construction because of it. Less than a month after the spot zoning amendment went into effect, an Anderson County farmer contacted Protect Peaks Mill for help. We live in Anderson County, and we were notified by mail Friday that a distillery is being built on the back that backs up to our farm. This is in addition to the barrel storage they are adding on Highway 151. My husband and I want to know if you can give any of us advice on fighting against this. We want to protect our farm and habitat that surrounds it for our future generations. This farmer was given notice 11 days before the next planning and zoning meeting approved the distillery construction. Franklin County can expect the same thing if Buffalo Trace Amendment is passed. Franklin County landowners will wake up one morning with bourbon warehouses next to them, whiskey fungus on their house, trees, cars, and farm equipment, with no chance to object and no chance to ask for restrictions. Franklin County landowners are protesting the Buffalo Trace Amendment. At a previous planning and zoning meeting, close to 100 people showed up, and they would have shown up the last time if someone had realized that the old business of the amendment change was on the agenda. But they didn't, because it was slipped into the agenda under new business. For some reason, Planning and Zoning Commission so far has yet to acknowledge that the whiskey fungus from the warehouses will cause millions of dollars of property damage and lower property values for the 132 homes on the Arnold Ridge subdivisions. They have ignored the complaints about the noise from the warehouse fans and Buffalo Trace's refusal to return calls. They have yet to acknowledge that 1,652 people have signed a petition opposing the amendment change on environmental grounds. Worst of all, they ignore the fire hazards the warehouses present. There is approximately 2 million gallons of alcohol in each of the 17 warehouses Buffalo Trace plans to build. That's a total of 33 million gallons of pure alcohol that would be housed on the Peaks Mill site. 33 million gallons of alcohol that could flood into the Elkhorn Creek watershed, 33 million gallons of alcohol next to a 130 home subdivision, 33 million gallons of alcohol next to a school. History of bourbon warehouse fires have shown that the fires burn hot. They can't be extinguished, and they can spread quickly out of control. Indeed, it's questionable whether a fire on the Peaks Mill site could be contained from spreading into the adjacent homes in Arnold Ridge. The county is prepared to work with Buffalo Trace to designate appropriate warehouse construction site. It's a perfect time since the comprehensive development plan is currently under revision. And they are also prepared, excuse me.
5 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, please.
Yes, you'll have to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can present that. That can be evidence. You can
Yeah,
present that.
okay. Well, I just want to say this. I'm a retired teacher. And over years, I've worked with many children that have been bullies like Buffalo Trace. And from experience, I've learned that if you don't nip this in the bud, the behavior will escalate. It's only abundantly clear that Buffalo Trace can care about the bottom line, and this is the same mentality that the coal industry's brought to Eastern Kentucky.
You're going to have to follow rules like everybody else. I mean, I know, I applaud your years of
Hey,
teaching.
if you get a chance, read this.
Read it,
Richard
great
Taylor's
book.
book, and guess what? I give it to you now, but I'm giving it to Charlie Jones. I don't think he's read it yet. Would you please pass that out? There's some pictures of the whiskey warehouses up, the whiskey warehouses in Manly, Leestown, and the whiskey fungus on at Arnold Ridge. Thank you very much.
George Russell.
I'll pass them all down. You know what I mean? You get one.
I won't run over.
Oh, George.
I learned a lot tonight. Labor Day, I will have lived in Frankfurt 40 years. Prior to that time, I worked in community development for 14 years, both for the University of Kentucky and an area development district. One of the hardest jobs working in community development was to make sure the citizens had a living wage, an income, to get them where they had jobs. I also learned very quickly, instead of going out and getting a new employer, a new plant to locate, you have to take care of your existing industries. Helping Buffalo Trace will help our community, and that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
Tony Popolilo. Did I pronounce that right?
I am not a professional
You
speaker.
had some photographs you want to submit. Do you have some information?
Oh, yes, I do.
Yes, you do. Okay. That's good. Just put it right there. That's part of the record right there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'd like to talk about the potential road hazards and the road network impact this is going to have, I believe. A single tractor trailer holds 24 pallets, one layer. Each pallet of bourbon, each pallet holds 4 barrels of bourbon. It represents 2,080 pounds. A full trailer, 24 pallets, equal 96 barrels or 49,900 pounds. A tractor trailer by law can only hold 80,000 pounds, including the tractor itself and the trailer. Therefore, leaving 50,000 pounds for or for the bourbon. Total barrels, I messed up. Total barrels are 96 barrels per trailer, equaling 49,000 pounds plus the 30 for the trailer. Hence, you can only put 50,000 pounds of bourbon on a trailer. One warehouse holds 60,000 barrels. We all know that. That's a fact. 60,000 barrels divided by 96 barrels per trailer equals 625 trucks to fill one warehouse. Thus, 625 deliveries to one, 625 truck deliveries times 24 warehouses equals, and you need to hear this number, 15,000 trailers to deliver to these warehouses. 15,000. And after 7 or 8 years, you need 15,000 to take them out. The likelihood of one or more accidents, I don't have a number for that. But if you have these tractor trailers going in this area that doesn't provide enough space, and they talked about space for the trailers, the local network is not capable of handling that much weight. The question is, do we want all those trailers in Peaks Mill or anywhere in a residential area? Again, I'm going to leave you with 15,000 trailers. I also have a few pictures that this was taken right on Buffalo Trace Park area property. And if they're not fixing it on their property, what makes us think they're going to fix it over in Peaks Mill when that happens again? I hope I fall.
Thank you. Chairman, do we have a right to ask questions? Can we ask them questions?
I'm
sorry?
We're taking. Okay.
The testimony, right?
We're taking testimony, we're not cross-examining.
Not cross-examining, that's correct. Okay.
John Carlton.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman Wright. My name is John Carlton, and I'm a current member at large of the current Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee. So I'm kind of playing, having a conversation with you all on figuring out how this comprehensive plan is interpreted, so we know how the next comprehensive plan is going to be interpreted. Just to be sure, when I heard about this whole USDA, Kentucky Department of Agriculture conversation, I contacted Keith Rogers, who's the Chief of Staff, and we had a short conversation. He assured me that neither the USDA nor the Kentucky Department of Agriculture has authority over local zoning, nor to define activities that apply to local zoning. He agreed that to the extent that either agency has definitions or classifications that characterize spirit warehousing as agricultural or industrial, it would be for specific regulatory purposes such as imports, exports, taxation, transportation, or, like that KRS says, promoting Kentucky products or Kentucky ingredients, or for generally promoting the bourbon industry as a whole. Those definitions, according to Mr. Rogers, would not supersede nor affect the definitions established in the currently operational 2016 update of the Frankfort-Franklin County Comprehensive Plan. It may regulate an activity within the context of what that agency regulates, but the USDA or Kentucky Department of Ag does not regulate local zoning uses, and the USDA's definitions do not apply to anything being considered today. To put it another way, the United States Coast Guard's definition of boat is probably not the same as the Kentucky Revenue Cabinet's definition, and most likely neither would have anything to do with the other because they serve two separate and completely different regulatory purposes. So if that was the reason these text amendments were hastily drawn up, then it was all for naught. Second, the 2016 comp plan assures us that we should not even be here today. Page 14 says, quote, "There is also enough commercially and industrially zoned land to accommodate more than 5 times the projected demand for each use. With these amounts of land capacity, there is plenty of room to accommodate growth, even if the market changes significantly." Remember, the last 2 times Buffalo Trace had zone changes, we were told that they were for a significant change to the market. The current comp plan says that we have enough currently zoned industrial land available to accommodate more than 5 times the projected demand, even if the market changes significantly. As a member of the current advisory committee who has read the current comprehensive plan, I also do not believe that the commission has the authority to pass this text amendment inasmuch as the comp plan supersedes the powers of the commission. According to KRS 100-201, it is the adoption of a comprehensive plan itself that gives local zoning regulations operational force and effect. Without an adopted comp plan, zoning regulations are moot. All local zoning occurs within the context of the comp plan. Therefore, as I understand it, all of your decisions must occur within the context of the current comp plan. That being said, the current comp plan defines industrial on page 5 as, quote, any range of manufacturing uses that operate in the production or assembly of goods, end quote. Bourbon is obviously a manufactured, produced, and assembled good. Fermentation does not occur until the ingredients of grain, yeast, and water are assembled, manufacturing mash, and through the aging process, producing bourbon. That is a chemical process. By contrast, the curing of tobacco, whether by air or smoke, is a physical process. The term agricultural is defined on page 5 as, quote, those areas that are maintained as farmland or for the raising of livestock, end quote. This definition does not contemplate any such use involved in the spirit distilling process that I just described. Would spirit warehousing fit under, quote, maintained as farmland if we applied the reasonable persons standard? I think not. And that definition certainly doesn't contemplate the installation of 10 to 20 acres of impervious surface as a, quote, area that is maintained as farmland. It's hard to farm on an impervious surface. Further, the rural activity land use guidelines on page 24 state, quote, agricultural districts and properties preserved under the PACE agricultural conservation easement should be used solely for agricultural uses, end quote. The phrase solely for agricultural uses seems to indicate that given the definition of agricultural that I just read, which does not include industrial uses, the current comp plan would not permit a non-agricultural use to even be legislated for as a conditional use in agricultural zoned areas. It seems plain to me that the former comp plan committees and staff were pretty specific that they intended ag areas to be used for ag uses and for industrial areas to be used for industrial uses only. Thank you. And I have copies for my statements.
Yeah. I'm going to be a little short. We surveyed our land at Buffalo Trace in 1773. Franklin County and Buffalo Trace and Frankfort have similar parallel paths. In 1811, Frankfort had a population of 1,100 people, and we built our first warehouse. We built it right on the Kentucky banks, still there today. We bring 300,000 visitors through it. And if you look around throughout the state, the distilleries utilize farms because they have to expand. We need that kind of area to build warehouses. This is where warehouses are. Other counties have adopted it. They have a philosophy. Other counties have philosophies to help. And I hope Franklin County finds their way to help us expand. We are going to expand because the demand is there. And in turn, we'll create jobs. We'll generate dollars from our business. And I'm going to submit some emails and letters in support to public record, as well as a petition of Franklin County residents in support.
Good evening. Thank you for your all's time. I know that it's valuable. I will try to keep this very short. There has been a lot of discussion about what is actually defined as an agricultural product and what that actually means for the city of Frankfort. In particular, it must be noted that the regulations under KAR actually specifically state that they defer to Chapter 7 of the USC, of the United States Code. Under that, United States Code section, it specifically grants authority and powers to define what agricultural commodities and products are to the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I disagree with Mr. Carlton. While I respect his opinion, if you actually look at that definition under Chapter 7 of the United States Code, it actually talks about agricultural commodities, including those that are processed and stored in warehouses specifically. It specifically outlines those as a agricultural product and commodity. It does not in any way go against the comprehensive plan. It does not in any way go against the definitions outlined by the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, their chief of staff, or any individual that works for that department, including Commissioner Quarles. In fact, it's right in line with it in that bourbon is a product that would fall under that as an agricultural commodity. Therefore, under the federal preemption clause, the definition of an agricultural commodity or agriculture in general, bourbon would fall under that. I encourage you to look at that specifically. If I may, the areas that you'll want to look at are 302 KAR 28, subsections 010, and those are the definitions for Chapters 217B and refer specifically to 7 U.S.C. 136. I am a 46-year lifelong member, a citizen of the city of Frankfort. My house backs up literally to the city limits, and I would see these bourbon warehouses. I understand the reality of what will happen with regard to having to pressure wash my house. I understand the inconvenience of perhaps having an odor that I grew up with smelling all the time here in town, maybe being a little bit closer. I also understand the reality that in Franklin County, in comparison to all of the surrounding counties around us, save one, we have the lowest job participation rate. We're the only county to have negative growth rate in the last 2 years. We have the largest population of retirees. We have the lowest percentage of owner-occupied housing, trailing every county surrounding us by at least 8%. And in two categories, Anderson and Scott County, we trail by 20 percentage points. We have the lowest median value of home prices. Our health and social welfare programs, you are 10 times more likely to be on health and social welfare programs if you are a citizen of Frankfort, Kentucky, than any contiguous county. 10 times more. We have the second lowest retail sales of all the surrounding counties, save for one. In Kentucky, the average median wage is $35,311. In Franklin County, we make $7,000 less income at $28,330 per capita. Frankfort, Kentucky has been designated by international data researchers as what they call a dying community. And 92% of cities in Kentucky have a lower crime rate per capita than Frankfort. I agree, no one wants to see something that looks like a business in their backyard. That is the nature of the way a community will survive, unfortunately. The idea that it's fine as long as it's not in my backyard offends me on a number of levels, but I will tell you what level it offends me the most. In 1956, the city of Frankfort, am I done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
You had 3 seconds.
I had 3 seconds.
Oh, go.
I'll reserve it later.
Richard Jones.
I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, and I'd like to say something about the special interest of Buffalo Trace's wealthy owner, Mr. Goldring. I guess That's true. He is the owner of Buffalo Trace, Mr. Goldring. He's wanting to buy out Peaks Mill and all of Franklin County for whiskey houses by changing the vocabulary of our planning and zoning laws. Peaks Mill has our beautiful Elkhorn Creek running through it. I'm a farmer, and I've lived on a farm on the South Fork of the Elkhorn Creek my entire life. Some of the best agriculture land in the world is along the Elkhorn Creek. We start biting the hand that feeds us when we allow predatory capitalism to take over, as Buffalo Trace is attempting. My parents told me back in 1957, the year they moved to the farm, there was a sign at the entrance that said Elkhorn Creek, smallmouth bass capital of the world. Now, I kind of wish they'd kept that old sign. But the Elkhorn Creek is likely the prettiest stream in North America. You can ask the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife to describe it. Folks come from everywhere to fish, canoe, and kayak on Elkhorn Creek. Words cannot describe the beauty of the Elkhorn sufficiently. You have to float on the creek, you have to wade the creek fishing, or sit on the banks to experience the natural wonder and the wildlife along Elkhorn Creek. It's right here in our backyard. Buffalo Trace is threatening this masterpiece of nature with putting up these warehouses. I wouldn't trade all the money that Mr. Goldring has for the quality of life and natural beauty of Elkhorn Creek and the farmland in Franklin County. We should preserve it for those that follow us in this world after we're gone.
Thank you, Mr.
Mark Schindler.
Thank you for being here. As you may or may not know, the U.S. Congress is on the verge of passing the most sweeping environmental legislation in our nation's history. The bill, already passed by the Senate, is expected to reduce air pollution by 40% in 8 years. One senator said that with this vote, his grandchildren could grow up on a more livable planet. You are a local governing body, but that does not mean you are unable to take a global perspective. I would encourage you to imagine a conversation with a grandchild about your vote on this text amendment. What would make you most proud? What will your grandchild most need in 20 years? Please, bring clean air, clean water, beauty, and open spaces into your deliberations. Thank you for your work.
Trina Porter.
It's Piper.
Piper, sorry.
Hi, I'm Trina Piper. I'm going to start out by reading the last few sentences of Tacey's comment because she wanted me to read it. She says, Buffalo Trace cares only about their bottom line. This is the same mentality that the coal industry brought to Eastern Kentucky, and we all know how that worked out for Eastern Kentucky. Their economy decimated, environment destroyed, communities torn apart. If you want to pass this text amendment, then you make Frankfort Buffalo Trace's company town. That's Tacey's final comments. I am the president of the Franklin County Farmers Market Board, And at the market, we sell farm products. We sell zucchini and garlic and cabbage and corn and potatoes and kale and lettuce. And we do have bakers who sell cookies that have some of the farm products in them, and they have to get special certification to sell at our market. Guess what? If Leanne Jones and the rest of the board and I decided we were going to sell bourbon at the farmer's market because it's a farm product, how would you guys say no to that? Because you've classified bourbon as a farm product. But it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it, that we would be selling bourbon at the farmer's market because it's not a farm product. You can't grow bourbon. Nobody goes out and harvests it. You have to manufacture it. In fact, if you pass this text amendment, then what happens to liquor licensing in the county? Well, maybe they don't need to be licensed because it's a farm product. They can just sell it as a stand on the side of the road. Your definitions are shared understandings. And the understanding that you're working on, that you passed under new business, you didn't even know you were passing it. It's not even in the minutes. It was such a hasty thing that I'm embarrassed, sort of, that, in fact, I'm embarrassed I'm addressing the whole commission and not an update committee. Because the first time we had a text amendment proposal, we addressed an update committee. So what is the hasty move here to suddenly have a full public hearing and not consider carefully such a huge change to our land use? It is truly important to so many of us, and we care about our land. We care about our farmland. We care about the climate. We care about torrential flooding. I think one estimate I heard was that each warehouse would create 3 acres altogether of impervious structure because of the roads around it. Well, if it's going to be almost 20 warehouses in the Peaks Mill land, well, that's 60 acres of impervious structure. What about flooding? What about climate change? I want you to consider the big picture, like my brother just said. Think 20 years from now. And what would you be proud of deciding? Would you be proud of enabling a boom and bust industry to have a bigger boom right this second? Or would you be proud to preserve the kind of fertility and place that we have, which is truly our stability as times change and the climate continues to change? Look, bourbon's not a farm product. We don't sell it down at the farmer's market. You make this text amendment change, and you are just throwing the whole county into confusion. Thank you very much. I have letters from me, which are not what I just said, but something else, and letters from my husband, too, who was here, had to go to a soccer game.
He's on the list.
Okay. I'm gonna set my time. You guys are cutting me short. That's okay though. I understand. So as you all heard before, my name is Randy Strobo, and I'm setting my timer, trying to.
I already got it set. Go ahead.
Well, I need it too, man. I'm just kidding. As you all know, I represent some folks over in Peaks Mill. So first of all, I learned some new things tonight. So I'm going to start out my comments differently than I planned to. I urge you all to try to figure out what exactly you voted to do or not do at your last commission meeting. The minutes reflect one thing. They reflect you didn't do anything. You didn't vote on what everyone's been talking about that you voted on. I just went through the minutes again. My associate went through the minutes. We did not see anything. So I really urge you to figure that out, because this body, just like any other public body in the state of Kentucky, speaks through its minutes. If your minutes don't say it, it didn't happen. And whether or not a video reflects that or not, I don't know. But you all should probably figure that out. Because as we talked about before, this use can either be a permitted use or a conditional use, or it really shouldn't be a use at all under agricultural, which is what I'll argue. But you really need to figure that out before you make a decision tonight, if you make a decision tonight. Now, if you did make that decision, that bourbon barrels were part of AG zoning as a permitted use, without any type of analysis that it complies with your land use element of your comprehensive plan, I would say that that interpretation is unlawful. And I think a court would agree with me pretty readily on that. And this is the reason why. And this goes into the rest of my arguments regarding the actual conditional use permit. Zoning ordinances must conform to the purposes set out in the comprehensive plan's land use element. The Kentucky courts have ruled on this, Hardin County versus Jost, 897 Southwest 2D 592. So unless any zoning ordinance, whether it's a conditional use amendment or anything else, if it doesn't comply with the land use element of your comprehensive plan, it is not a valid zoning ordinance. Now, what's that mean here? Basically, it means looking at your comprehensive plan. And I wanted to go through some of your provisions in detail. I don't have enough time to do that, but I'm gonna go through a couple. One, on page 24 of your comp plan, that's where your land use element starts. And that first talks about rural activities. And I'm gonna quote a little bit here. Agriculture is also an important part of the history and economy of Franklin County. Growth in these areas should be closely considered with an awareness of the value of the ecosystem services which they provide. Given that these areas are considered undeveloped, they may be suited for some types of very low intensity development, including large lot residential uses, cluster conservation subdivisions, and agriculture. In some cases, these lands may also remain in their natural, undeveloped state indefinitely. No mention of warehouses. The primary land uses in rural activity areas should be agriculture, forest land, open space, cluster conservation subdivisions, and some limited large lot residential land uses. Agricultural districts should be used solely for agricultural uses. The approximate boundaries, I don't need to say all that, but as you can see, in your land use element, under rural uses, that's what it states. And under development guidelines, under that same category, I'm only gonna say one of them, but it's an important one, non-residential uses should be at a size and scale that reflects the rural character of surrounding uses. And you heard Mr. Hewitt testify, the only mention of warehouses in your comprehensive plan is under the industrial use. Where else I need to go? Minute and a half. All right. I would also, and I made this argument last time I was before you, I didn't know about that July 14th hearing that you all were going to discuss what allegedly you discussed, so I didn't appear there. But, and I did mention this the last time I was before you in May, if this amendment goes through, I argue that it's an unlawful delegation of authority. By allowing an industrial use, which is what your comprehensive use describes this as, in an agricultural or rural residential area through a conditional use permit, rather than a zone change, you are taking away the fiscal court's and the city commission's ability to approve zone map amendments and land use changes in contravention of state statute and your own comp plan. You are not allowed to do that in Kentucky. And the Kentucky Supreme Court in Jefferson County v. Schmidt said so. And that's 83 Southwest 3D 449. Planning commissions are not allowed to take authority away from the fiscal court or the city commission that ultimately has authority to make zone map amendment decisions. That, in effect, is what you are doing today if you pass this conditional use permit. I mentioned before in my questioning of Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Cockley, which I thank them for answering those questions. The file includes several different zoning ordinances from different jurisdictions. Again, those jurisdictions.
Mr. Stovall, sorry about that.
What? Okay, I have 10 seconds, right?
No, 5 minutes.
Were you timing or are you timing? You guys are fighting over each other.
He had more time.
I'll conclude 5 seconds. All I'll say is on those issues that conditional use permits in other jurisdictions have no relevance here. They're based on different comprehensive plans. Thank you. I'm good.
Sally Lanham.
So it seems like destruction of the state and county roads has not been addressed tonight. So I started up US 127 north the other day at the bottom of the hill. I was behind a Buffalo Trace truck. It was so heavy, the truck was so heavy that it had to put on its hazard lights and creep up the hill. So this man over here said that, 15,000 trailer trucks are gonna be going on these county roads. And those county and state roads are paid for by the taxpayers of this state. Do you think the taxpayers of this state wanna have to redo those roads over and over and over because of these heavy trucks?
I've taken the liberty, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you all. It's Charlie Jones. I have passed out to you all the staff report and their recommended, and I've just interlined with my red line questions and suggestions. First of all, we think the commission should strongly consider allowing this in RR zones in addition to ag zones. If you turn to the last 2 pages of the thing I printed out for you, you see a map. The first very nice colored map is of southern Franklin County, and you'll see the yellow areas in southern Franklin County. Over on 64 to the west is an agricultural tract. It's not 200 acres. That's Three Boys Farm Distillery. In the middle of the page is Jane Julian's farm and Clay Patrick property, and the far right is farms that are in the PACE program or under contract. There is no ag land of 200 acres or even 100 acres in southern Franklin County that is zoned ag that is available for any use. The next page is not as good a color, but it's northern Franklin County. It's the white, internally white is the ag land, and you'll see 99% of Bald Knob and of the rest of Peaks Mill is zoned rural residential. So I'm asking you to consider this for rural residential as well as we do with craft distilleries. On the conditions, I've suggested in paragraph 1 that we add as a permitted use a single-family residential. On paragraph 2, the warehouse density, I think staff explained that was to make sure that it was 1 per 8 acres and how that was determined. On paragraph 3, we think that you consider a 100-acre tract of rural residential or agricultural, not 200, given all the considerations and the setbacks, and that this is not just for the large bourbon distillery. I have other clients who are looking to expand in Franklin County. They would like to consider a smaller tract of 100 acres. And again, we allow craft distilleries on 50. Paragraph 4, I'm a little confused about that myself. I know Mr. Logan has interpreted that. I thought the matter had to go before the BZA and before this commission for approval of the development plan. That's the way I understand it. I was just trying to look for some clarification there, but Mr. Logan has spoke for us. On paragraph 5, I wanted to define that 25% or 30%, whatever you come up with, is defined as open space, and that means not just crops growing, but it can be open space, can be woodlands, can be wetlands, it can be part of the setback, that's included in what open space is, that it's not particularly preserved or conserved, it should be open space. Paragraph 6, on the roadway width, we want to make sure that if an applicant came before you and there was a section of road that was 17 foot wide and you want it to be 18, the applicant has the ability to make those roadway improvements to come into compliance. On the setback of 750 feet, that's one of the few things in the staff report I take great exception to. In our entire zoning ordinance, 100-foot setback is the maximum setback we have from anything. Do I think it should be greater? Yes. I think 750 is quite a bit, or actually too much, I may say. We had proposed 200 foot from the property line. That could end up being 300 or 400 or 500 feet, but we're proposing 200 foot from the property line and not 750, because that on a 200 acre tract of land takes up about 40 acres potentially. on the very last page of my red line, talks about making sure the bulk density and height tables don't apply. I think Robert Hewitt addressed that issue, and the state statutes comply with that. That's the way he's interpreted. So we appreciate your consideration. I've tried to limit my comments just to the text amendment that's before you, and that's it. So thank you. I'm good.
Martha Gray.
Hello, I'm back. I guess the first thing I'd like to point out is several months ago when this started, I called all of these surrounding counties and actually, as far away as Davies County about the conditional use permit for these things. And I would say one thing that I think is really important and a significant difference between what went on there and what went on here is that those communities were in support unconditionally across the board about to do this. The community wanted it, and they came up with a way to accommodate the distilleries in their communities without upsetting the community. There was no division. Why is that important? It's not important just because there's no dispute. It's important because none of that ended up in litigation. And I think, Randy Strobo, as usual, explained to you pretty well, you've got some legal issues here. So for starters, I think there's a credible issue that you're trying to circumvent the zone change process, which is state law, and you're trying to circumvent the comp plan process. This is really something that should go through a zone change, or at a minimum should go through the comp plan process, and this whole discussion about what we want, where we want it, how we're going to accommodate it, should be done in the context of the comp plan process. There's a very lengthy, actually two lengthy statutory sections, state law, that applies to the comp plan process. All these different things that have to be considered. None of that's going to be considered. And I do take issue with Mr. Logan saying, well, you're going to be able to decide this question. You can do this. I don't think you can. I think I think you've already found it initially that what you thought the law allowed, which is that Buffalo Trace could just come in and apply for this, doesn't really allow. And you were presented with an Attorney General's opinion that backed that up. So I think at a minimum, I would ask that you ask Mr. Logan to put something in writing that explains that all of us can see why he thinks state law that assigns conditional use, the decision on conditional use permits to the Board of Zoning Adjustments, why that doesn't apply. Because I think he's wrong. I think Randy Strobo thinks he's wrong. I would, at a minimum, ask him to give you an opinion. I would ask that you do that. And you might consider asking for an Attorney General's opinion. And I think you're going to find out that's not the case, that you can't do that. You can't basically rewrite state law yourself by putting it in an ordinance. And I would like to point out too, and this is, I guess, a thing that's obvious to lawyers ordinarily, that's not obvious to people who don't do this stuff all the time. State law trumps ordinances, it trumps regulations. You only have the power to do whatever it is you're going to do because a chapter in the Kentucky Revised Statute somehow gives you that authority. And even to the extent that we're talking about, there are 645 chapters in the Kentucky Revised Statutes, with some of them having subchapters. And they all apply to different subject matter. You can't pull one out of, here's an example. There's one that just applies to circuit courts. There's one that applies to cities and counties and how things get done in cities and counties. You can't pull the authority out of one statute that has nothing to do with land use and say that you've got authority to do it because some other section of the KRS says so. And even the reference to 217B that some member of the public made, I looked up 217B. 217B, that whole chapter, has to do with fertilizers and pesticide use and application. It has nothing to do with actual land use, with decisions made by Planning and Zoning Commission. Okay, so it's not an ag use. I think if you read KRS 100-111 sub 2, which defines agricultural use, it'll be pretty obvious that whiskey warehouses are not an agricultural use, not under Kentucky state law. And that's what applies here. We're talking about land use under Kentucky state law, which is governed by KRS chapter 100. I would ask also that you direct the planning staff to obtain a copy, if you're even going to consider this, obtain a copy of Woodford County's ordinance on this question, because they have a whole lot of additional requirements, including a committee that reviews all of these things, does site visits, and is very restrictive about what they do and where they do it. Again, the zone change law and the statute has requirements for a zone change. The comp plan has requirements for the comp plan. And what you're doing is effectively saying, you know, those two sections of state law, they just don't count. We're just going to ignore that. And this hasn't come up tonight, but I know there's been some discussion about annexation, possible annexation by the city. The city only has one ag zone, and it's Wilson's Nursery. I don't really think that we're going to be talking about putting whiskey warehouses. So if they're going to be doing whiskey warehouses, they're going to have to be pulling. Okay. I would ask you to not do this. I think Buffalo Trace has shown their, you know, and the most recent example is bringing this up without any notice to the public when they know there's intense interest at the July meeting. Thank you.
Can't really get my legs to move. I've been sitting so long. I do appreciate the opportunity to come before you. I've got a couple of observations after watching what's happened here tonight, and because I mean I wrote a real nice little speech, but it's all chopped up now because we've had some real dingers coming out. By the way, if we were talking about making applesauce out of apples, none of us would be here tonight. This is a whole different animal. And I also would like to make an observation that I've had in my lifetime is, have you ever seen what happens to when you put put water on an alcohol fire? I mean, there is no putting these fires out. All you're trying to do is cool down the other warehouses so they don't blow up, because they're going to if they get hot enough. And that stuff's going to run everywhere if you put water on it. This is about warehouse storage of, quote, an agricultural product, distilled spirits, end quote. Although this storage radically departs from the traditional grain silos, bins, and barns that's associated with agriculture. Your proposal says that these warehouses must be for storage of barrels only and cannot contain any processing. But common sense will tell you that storage would be after it is bottled and the chemical process is complete. Because the fact is that this is the crucial final stage of the industrial process, without which there would be no product. I mean, you can't just say this is storage. This is. I mean, there's still chemical processes occurring in those barrels, and we're being dishonest if we say anything different. The subject of a tax base has come up, and I'll address that a little bit, because building bourbon warehouses on prime farmland is not a smart economic development strategy, as it creates very few new jobs. That goes double if the industry is successful in becoming essentially tax exempt. That looks like where we're headed, considering that efforts by Ms. Bradshaw and the Republican supermajority in the General Assembly. They're working both ends against the middle by promoting this property tax boondoggle to justify these many warehouses, all the while working to strip out those tax receipts on the other end. Another issue was the Dobner farm. That said, there are already 12 huge warehouses recently constructed on the old Dobner farm, just across the road from where we're talking here, in this new plot. And they are creating a large stationary source of airborne ethanol 200 feet upwind of a major school. That is undeniable. The real crux of the issue is, are we going to allow for 20 more or so to be built in the immediate vicinity? I worked in the Division for Air Quality and actually retired from there as an enforcement specialist. And if this had been any other industry with that type of emissions of a volatile organic compound, they would be going through the strict criteria that's developed in our permitting process. But this is one industry where it's just been exempted because it has kind of a most favored trading status, I guess you could say, like just kind of like Big Tobacco did at one time. And so we're willing to bend over backwards for it. I'm really not against the industry building any more warehouses as long as they're carefully sited away from the city, children, schools, neighborhoods, and sensitive areas where they could do great harm. Also, I did a review of the literature, and they say that there's no known health hazards to whiskey fungus. The operative word here is being known. It is recommended to remove the fungus by wearing an N95 mask, goggles, and gloves, however. Obviously, it is an old brand. A review of the literature reveals that the research has not been extensive and non-existent for children. Go figure. I saw no peer-reviewed studies involving 30-plus warehouses in a cluster. But Buffalo Trace Distillery appears to have just 5 warehouses on site, some of which are very small by comparison, and yet blackened the white concrete of the Capitol Plaza 1 mile away, and it wasn't downwind. We have no idea what 30 of these behemoth warehouses is going to do to these children. School and the house is just 2,000 feet away. We depend on you to protect us from these threats, not grease the skids. Thank you.
Jerry McIntosh.
Unless there's a Jerry here, I'm Jimmy.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
It does say Jimmy.
You're fine. I didn't know for your records or anything. I'd like to start by saying it's appalling how one-sided the proposers' views were clearly in favor of this, as somewhat pointed out by Mr. Jackson, and what's now becoming clear that this specifically doesn't seem to be what was set in motion in July. Buffalo Trace was bought by Sazerac in 1992. So the company that we're dealing with here doesn't have the hundreds of years of history here. It has 30. The physical distillery's buildings do, and that should be clear. Bourbon is not a farming product, so even if this passes as a text amendment, an amendment being defined as changing or modifying, especially to make a correction or improvement, it's still not a farm product. Making this contradiction in terms. If, as stated earlier, they owned a bunch of acreage and they wanted to build a bunch of barns to tend it, they grew all the products like corn, rye, barley, and produced bourbon, wanted a zone change to have a distillery and warehouses and everything, this argument would have validity. It does not now. Nobody ever considered a tobacco barn on a farm, commercial or industrial. With that, everybody would agree that tobacco warehouses commonly found in commercial or industrial settings are commercial and industrial. Like the tobacco industry, we now deal with the bourbon industry, not bourbon farming. Oddly enough, in the research we found agreeable things nowhere near here, yet when bourbon warehouses were proposed in Woodford County 6 years ago, a job that I was part of, our neighbor, some of the things they included, among many other, were visible no visitor signs, no trespassing signs, limiting the amount of truck traffic to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 5 days a week, being Monday through Friday. That's nowhere in the stuff proposed tonight. When asked at Peaks Mill Elementary, Buffalo Trace wouldn't commit to not having future plans of making a tourist trap out Peaks Mill. Why isn't there an exclusion to tours? It in fact says tours is not included. So now with the possibility of an additional multiple thousands of commercial trucks it'll take to fill the warehouses, the workers, for various reasons, as to be expected, tending the land, the warehouses, you can also add tourist vehicles to the count. I'm unsure what number that is at currently, but it has been said 340,000 a year, 450,000 a year, and then 300,000 tonight. So a lot on my narrow country road. Buffalo Trace has said that they won't be negatively affecting air and water quality and will achieve this by minimizing their environmental impact. The fact is, the fungus is airborne. Severely amplified traffic hurts air quality and water quality, and all of the proposed impervious surface, not including runoff from the roofs of all the warehouses, has to go somewhere, not to mention some of the warehouses have been slated to be built on the karst area. There's restrictions in the proposal for bulk density and height, the largest of which is barns and now warehouses. Why is this exclusion not hindering the size of the warehouses to a barn size or something even remotely close, because the sizes are not comparable? How much time do I have?
Minute.
Okay. The other thing, just to add some confusion for everybody, it's being talked about agricultural products, agricultural commodities. Bourbon is neither. An agricultural commodity is not bourbon. Corn is. A product is something that's made. And you really don't have many agricultural products, like even milk. You have a milk industry because it's started over here and done over there. That literature and definition does not fit. It's not right. I mean, if you look up the definition of products and commodities, bourbon doesn't fit. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name's Chris Schimmeler, and I'm giving comments today on behalf of Envision Franklin County and also as a resident of the greater Peaks Mill area. I would like to say that the text amendments as proposed would affect some of the most prized land in Franklin County, agriculturally, aesthetically, ecologically, recreationally, and economically. This would be one of the most significant land use decisions ever made in the history of Franklin County planning and zoning. Not just because of its scope, but because of the change from agriculture to industrial use would be so dramatic, and because productive farmland would be permanently taken out of production. This is not a decision to be rushed. Given the fact that the revision of the comprehensive plan is already underway and that decisions of this magnitude are more appropriately made at the plan level, Envision Franklin County requests that the text amendment proposals be denied and that the issue be referred to the steering committee for consideration during the comprehensive plan revision. If the commission decides that the text amendments have merit, they should be referred to the zoning update committee for thorough consideration and vetting. Given the fact that the original text amendment application from Buffalo Trace was appropriately sent to the Zoning Update Committee for deliberation, any action that bypasses that process would seem hasty and arbitrary, and I would submit to you that your discussion this evening probably should make it clear to everyone that this needs to be hashed out more and at a committee level. We also only got this proposal or got to see the staff proposal about 4 or 5 days ago, and I don't feel like we have had enough time to really truly consider what it means. And the questions that you all had for everyone were all good, and they reflected kind of the beginning of that learning curve. This is a big deal, folks. And we shouldn't feel rushed to make a decision about something when everything is not crystal clear and we haven't figured out what's exactly right for our community. Text amendments should not be used to avoid the more stringent requirements of a zone change. If passed, the text amendments would enable distilleries to site their operations virtually anywhere in agricultural areas without assessing the impacts to neighbors, the environment, traffic, and that sort of thing. While you've been assured that you can put those measures in place, they're not statutorily required like they are in a zone change, and it would be a hit or miss kind of deal. And you also wouldn't really know site specifically what's going on that site enough to know what to request, because there's no mandate to present that information to you. So you would just be going on this set of conditional uses that might not touch on some of these sensitive issues that might be relevant to particular pieces of property. Very importantly, the text amendments as they're written do not comply with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan defined agriculture on page 5 as those areas that are, quote, maintained as farmland for the raising of livestock. So text amendments can rewrite the zoning code, but a text amendment cannot rewrite the comprehensive plan. A revision of the comp plan rewrites the comp plan. And the comp plan currently, which you all as a body are obliged to make sure that we adhere to, envisions or stipulates that agricultural areas are to be maintained as farmland and for the raising of livestock. And that it does not envision industrial warehousing at all, with impervious surface and potential tourist amenities like restaurants. And that's what I found curious about some of the questioning that went on, and some of the answers you got about how it's just going to be the warehouses and some of the facilities like fire shacks and stuff going ahead with them, because in your draft documents included in what would be allowed in this area would be food service facilities and restaurants and other amenities needed for tourists. So we're not just talking about warehouses and the fire protection and the stuff. You look in what's in front of you, there is a bigger vision for this that includes a lot more impervious surface and a lot more drastic change of the character of these rural agricultural areas if we're envisioning things like restaurants and food service facilities. So please take your time and look at what's proposed. I asked for more time, broadly looking at what I've had time to look at in the documents. One of our concerns about establishing conditional uses.
5 minutes.
Gosh.
Please now? Yes. Yes, you can. She's giving her 5 minutes, right? Is that what you said?
Thank you.
What's her name?
What's your name, please? We want to take you out. Who's that?
Connie May. Don't start my 5 minutes yet.
She doesn't have it. You don't have 5 minutes.
Did you sign in?
You didn't sign up, did you?
Connie, did you sign in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm speaking for Jane Julian.
Oh,
Jane's
okay.
name. So sorry.
Okay, so,
Okay, when does the clock start?
It is.
Right now? So broadly speaking, one of the concerns about establishing conditional uses with standard items like setbacks and buffers and safety measures, while these standard conditions might be very generous and very well intentioned, it handicaps the ability of our community to ensure meaningful protections, because every site is unique and has specific considerations that really have to be understood and managed for. And again, if you don't have that statutorily mandated set of information that you're getting, you could request it, but you might not know to request it because you don't know what's going on out at that site. So we really need to have, in a perfect world, that set of conditional uses, plunked down on a nice flat area with no unique attributes might be fine. But look, Franklin County is a river community. We're well endowed with rivers and amazing tributaries and rare species and beautiful forests and prime farmland and incredible scenic view sheds. We have all these amazing attributes that need to be considered, and so our concern with this standard set of conditional uses just plunked on any old site in Franklin County really isn't going to serve us very well. And we need to think very carefully about bypassing the whole zone change avenue that contemplated those sorts of things and provided an avenue to allow you all to consider those things in favor of this prescribed one size fits all approach to a county that is not a just your average place. We live in a beautiful place and we want to protect it for future generations. From our initial review of the draft elements in the draft text amendment, Envision is concerned about the enormous height allowed in ag areas. 72 feet is an enormous size. About the restaurants and visitor amenities that would be allowed, the change in the rural character, the significant percentage of impervious surface that would be created by the warehouse and visitor buildings, the increase in flooding, the dangers to human health and the environment from the black fungus, the danger of spills and fires, the traffic hazards, road damage from increased traffic, the impacts to wildlife, water quality, productive farmland, and property. You know, each warehouse is going to create at least an acre of impervious surface, and the surrounding, it might be up to 3 acres. That's an enormous amount of impervious surface that we're looking at creating in areas that have our soils that we need to protect and nurture and steward for future generations. You know, it's our green infrastructure is essential to our community's success. And I know that every community needs money and we need tax revenue. But if we sacrifice what makes Franklin County unique, then we do not have that we can build on and create a truly robust and economically productive and livable place to live in the future. And I really urge you all to, for example, you know, Franklin County Frankfort is on the running for one of the most adventurous towns in the country. It's in the running for this competition. Do you think that, and I'm going to diverge into the Elkhorn Creek Valley, you know, would Frankfort be on that list of, you know, in vying for being the most adventurous, you know, town in the country if we didn't have the Elkhorn Creek? And what do we do if we allow the potential hazards of, you know, mega warehouses with the fire and the spill threat to you know, a valuable natural resource like that? And is that my
Still got a
timer?
minute.
So we would just ask that, you know, you consider things like, you know, again, well-intentioned safety measures like berms, but berms will help the horizontal spill, but they will not save the bourbon from escaping if there is a disaster from falling vertically through all the karst conduits and the underground, you know, limestone corridors that, you know, define our area, and specifically the you know, the site that has been in question that triggered this whole proposal in the first place. So we can't just feel like 750 feet or berms or complying with state safety measures is going to be the trick, because we have to look specifically at each site, and the text amendment will not do that, and the text amendments will not comply with the comp plan, because once again, the comp plan does not allow this kind of activity on agricultural areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sean Thomas and Kim Green. Sorry.
Go separately, or do we?
On the same line.
My name is Sean Thomas. I'm a lifelong resident of Frankfort, and I just want to talk a little bit about. I know that it seems like we're talking a whole lot about the text amendment right now. That's what we're here for, but you guys have a process in place already that a zone change, which is something that actually Buffalo Trace has already actually done in the past. So even if you don't approve a text amendment, you do have a process to where this body of people could still hear what they wanted to hear and make a decision. So we've got a petition that we've got actually 1,765 signatures on. I wanted to, if I may, read the verbiage of the petition. It reads, "We, the undersigned, oppose industrial development in Peaks Mill, known for its rural beauty, historic farms, and the scenic Elkhorn Creek. Peaks Mill is unique, beloved, and valuable as it is. Therefore, we oppose any action that would lead to industrial development of any kind in the Peaks Mill area. Furthermore, we oppose any action that would subject agricultural and rural areas of Franklin County to industrial development without a zone change." And I would like to submit this into the record. And I also have a letter that I wrote that I would like to submit as well.
I'd like to, I'm Kim Green, have a farm on Peaks Mill Road, live on Shadrick Ferry, endure the fungus now. Really don't want any more of it. I think we came here with one intent, thought we were discussing even the thought of a text amendment, and we come to find out there was a July 14th meeting that was thrown in under new business so that, well, obviously citizens couldn't come express their concerns. As a Franklin County citizen, that's disappointing. To not have that, exactly what was going to be discussed, exactly what was going to be voted on, because apparently that's confusing too for some of the members even. So in the interest of time, I'm going to submit my comments in writing. And thank you for your time tonight.
Who was called?
Amy Price.
She's not, okay.
We can't hear you. Amy Price.
Amy Price.
Mr. Chairman, this is point of order. Mrs. May gave this information, this testimony, or this letter from Jane Julian, so I think you want that to go into the record. I didn't want to we just didn't want to pass it down without making sure that people were aware that you gave us this document.
Yes.
Is that correct? Thank you.
And while that's happening, 2 other folks had to leave and handed me their letters to hand to you. From Tanner Riles and Lindsay Caulfield.
Let's go. All right.
Yeah.
That's it.
Jane Julian.
Done with the list? I don't know. How many more names? Okay, so we have heard all the testimony, all those who are signed to speak tonight, and at this point in time, you got a motion?
I have a point of clarification.
Yes, yes, sir,
Mr. Logan, can you clarify for me what in fact this commission voted on at the last meeting?
No, sir, I cannot. I'll have to review the tape.
Okay, would you please do that? Because there seems to be a lot of confusion as to what in fact we've,
I'll be happy to respond to it, but once again, that's not going to be part of this hearing. This is supposed to be a text. It has nothing to do with interpretation.
Okay.
I'll be happy to ask staff to provide me the disc, and I'll listen to it.
Want to make comments?
Yeah, we need to make a motion.
Huh?
We table to next meeting.
Are we gonna hold it open, or are we gonna close it? Chairman, I make the motion that we close the public hearing.
Table the issue. Table the issue, that a summary can be prepared.
So a summary can be prepared.
Do I hear a second?
Can I have a point of clarification? What's the process if I don't think we're ready to close the hearing, to be honest with you. I believe there's still more questions than answers out there, given the fact we didn't go through the committee process to really fully vet some of these ideas. And I'd like to figure out, A, can we hold this open so that we can, to be fair, and honestly, I have questions of some Buffalo Trace that's a stakeholder in this that we haven't fully vetted out. You know, we were presented something by Mr. Jones.
This text message isn't just for Buffalo Trace, it's for any industry.
I understand, but to make some of these conditions that have before us, it would be nice to understand, you know, we've talked about heights, for instance. Well, maybe we want 30, maybe we want 70. Maybe that matters to the industry's affected, I guess, is my question. And without being able to vet these, I think it may be difficult for us to do that without having a better dialogue is my concern. And so I don't know if we...
Mr. Looney, we can look at what's been testified to. What you're suggesting is that the commission solicit more testimony. we are to hear what is being presented, we're not to guide it. Meaning, I think that what you're asking for about let's have some more, if you're not satisfied with it, then vote no, and we can move on when we have a hearing.
Why can't you table it?
We are tabling it. We're tabling it for a summary to be provided and for everyone to look at. And if you have other questions in and you're not convinced, then by all means, don't vote for it. That's.
So we can, but can we reopen it at the next meeting? And create more?
No,
So if
we're
we close
closing
it,
the public hearing and we're taking.
can we hold it open? Can we make a decision to hold it open?
Could you, we'd have to renote it. I don't know, it's never, I haven't done it. I can't really give you an opinion on that, Mr. Lee.
That seems to, that's
Well,
important.
it may be the position of some people, delay may be the position of some people, but we have had everyone that wanted to testify has been able to speak tonight. So I don't think, you put the motion up if you like. I think that's what we're supposed to be reviewing this, and if we have questions next time, the discussion is supposed to be what they were, and I think if you have questions, that's more than relevant to do it then.
If we have questions next time
Yeah.
that provide answers that we'd like
Well,
part of the record.
If you don't have the answers, then if you don't think sufficient evidence has been presented to make a decision, then you personally have to vote according to your conscience.
I have a question. Mr. Chairman, may I ask the attorney a question? Can we table it, get the summary, and send it to zoning update to finesse and massage and then bring back?
In my opinion, no. I think we've got a public hearing. Zoning update does not, it has a public hearing, but it is not an evidentiary hearing. They do not have to allow anybody to testify to that, and I think we're just kicking the can down the road when we've had testimony.
Well, I'm not talking about public speaking. I'm talking about the members of the committee
In
massaging
my
it a
opinion, no. I
little.
think we've held a public hearing. We're the ones who are supposed to make the decision. The statute put it on the planning commission. I don't think we can kick it off to somebody else.
Well, and we made that decision last month to take it straight to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Personally, I have a lot of finessing I would like to do to this before I'm comfortable with it.
Well, I think you can do that and bring it up when, we're supposed to be reviewing this evidence. There's been a lot of testimony tonight. There've been a lot of documents submitted that I don't know what's in there. I don't know whether they address your concerns or not. But at the next meeting before, that's when a discussion would take place and a vote would take place. So if you've got problems with it and you're not ready to vote, you can vote against it.
And we can also not take it from the table. We can leave it on the table and not bring it out at all until everybody's had time to read all the summary.
Yes, but I don't think, I think we usually do 30 days. We're having this testimony tonight. I think everyone should look at the information provided, to listen to the testimony that's been given, and make a decision, yes or no, based upon the evidence that's been presented.
Chairman, there's a motion on the floor. It needs to be voted.
There's a second motion been made on the floor, so, but we're having a discussion. Okay,
Right.
so the discussion will be in regard to voting yes or no on the motion on the floor right now, which is the table.
Right, and this is regard to our whole process. I feel like that we've heard a lot of information, and we need to work on this as a commission, whether it's the zoning update committee or the full commission, and it needs to be in a working environment, not up in this type of thing where we sit around a table and hash out the details and discuss all these different elements that were proposed in the staff's, some of the comments that were brought up, some of our own thoughts, some of the research that we've each done, and I don't think just bringing it back at the September meeting and coming up here in this type of position is going to lead to a productive result. So,
okay,
You have to make this decision in a public forum. Bringing
No,
it
no,
back, bring it back. If you have things to discuss, you discuss it on the panel. If you have things you want to change, you make it motion by motion. I move to set the standards at so-and-so. I move to change the location. I move to change the agency. All those things are to be done, but they've got to be done open, public.
well, a zoning update committee is open and public.
It doesn't take any proof though. And
Doesn't matter.
zoning
Public
update
meeting
is an
discuss.
appointed committee that doesn't have all of you on. The statute says you're supposed to decide it.
Ultimately, we
There are
will.
no even bylaws. The whole zoning update committee has been glorified into being a bylaw. It's a standing committee. There are no bylaws established for it. We use it, the first 3 or 4 update meetings I went to, there was like a panel of like, first I went to was Charlie Jones, and there were like 6 of us, Mr. Jones and Alan. And we discussed something. When we had this zoning update committee back in May, we had everybody here. There's no way that we could have worked. Your hands are in the air. You had no right. We allowed you to speak. You had no right to speak.
I agree with that.
It was
You're
not a
saying-
public hearing.
We're saying we don't care. You're saying you want to discuss it. He's saying, well, but you can't take public comment. All of you, or a lot of you are saying you want to discuss it and vet this some more. You can do that without.
Chairman, to make a
public
point of
comment.
order, we're in a discussion on a
Well, you're
motion.
still trying to.
Yes, we are. That's true. The motion's on the table. Been seconded. Okay. And you want to read back over that motion again? You want to-
Seconded.
I table.
Okay.
You don't even know yet what you voted on the last time.
Well,
It's a problem because he's saying that matters.
You're out of order. Okay, no, okay.
The motion was to close the public hearing, table the issue for a summary to be prepared and to take action at the next month.
And we had a second, correct?
To table it? Is that
And,
the?
yes, it's been tabled. And we've had some discussion, okay? Is there any further discussion on that motion as it's been stated? And it's been seconded.
To close the public hearing,
Yes.
table the issue until a summary can be provided.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, please go ahead and take a vote.
Yeah.
Voice vote.
Ms. Cross,
This is the table now.
Well, I certainly don't want to vote tonight, so I will vote to table.
Mr. Jackson,
Yeah.
Mr. Lee,
Yes.
Mr. Looney.
I'm gonna vote no, and I'm gonna explain my vote. I'm deeply troubled by the process that this entire thing has gone through. I don't believe that we have given it the right process to fully vet out questions, and I'm not convinced that where we're headed now is gonna give us the opportunity at the next meeting to bring things back in that we can then introduce. I really believe we should continue this so that we can engage all the interested stakeholders with more detailed questions before we seek to make a decision. So I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Lusher,
Yes.
Mr. May,
Yes.
Mr. Sanderson,
Yes.
Mr. Swager,
No.
Chairman Wright.
Yes.
7-2.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I make the motion we adjourn.
Second. Second. All in favor?
I can't move, I have to go to court.
I have to stay here.
I know. Then I decided I didn't want to go out there by myself. Now I'm going to the bathroom.